Hello, everyone, and welcome to another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. As you can see, I have a co-host this time, which is awesome. It's always a plus. Um, we live in exciting times, and we have an exciting episode for you this evening. So I hope everybody's got enthusiasm and questions, and talk about a variety of stuff this evening. Suppose that's a good enough place to start as any. Tonight's episode is going to be focused on Freyshof, on what our plans are at present, on what the future looks like with that as kind of a context and a jumping off point. We're very excited. You guys have been really, really generous, and we're very appreciative of that. I believe in the last week, we've raised about $3,000 towards that war chest that we talk about. If you got the cool pictures to put up, Nick, that'd be awesome. Yay, look at all those little gold coins. I don't know if it's the best way to show progress or not. I thought it'd be cool. I'm entertained by it, so that's a plus. It keeps getting bigger and bigger because you guys are awesome. But yeah, that's significant, and all of that is, I'd have to check how many weeks, but that's like 4 or 5 weeks old. That's not an ancient thing by any means. You guys have jumped right in. We've got a really, really special momentum right now, paying off Nordhoff as quickly as we were able to with y'all's generosity. Was a real big motivator, certainly for us in leadership, and I think for membership and everybody. And I think it also made a good impression on the ICR, at least I hope so. So we got some good things going. If you guys would like to donate, that's how you do it. runestone.org/donate. And we appreciate you. Also, as always, starting off the program, GW Farnsworth with a $50 donation. That's much appreciated, and your consistent generosity is really something special and something admirable. So thank you for that. Other stuff coming up very quickly. Coming up in like 2 days quickly. We have Sigerbloat 3 at Sigerheim in Jackson County, Tennessee. I'm very excited about it. I am looking forward to seeing all you amazing people there. It's going to be a wonderful, wonderful weekend. I've got a special AFA history slideshow presentation that I wanted to do, and that our producer Nick created for me. So I appreciate that, and got some cool pictures and some cool stories to tell on that. So I'm looking forward to it. Got a number of things planned. I believe we have an ancestors bloat planned for our graveyard that we have there, which is always a really special thing. We also have Siger bloat to Lord Tyr that we're going to do, that I'm going to do on Saturday. So we'd love to see everybody out there if you guys can make it. If you're curious or you think it might be something you want to do, reach out to any of us or your local folk builder, and they can get you all set up. And if you can go to that, awesome. If you can also, or instead, go to Freyfaxi at Baldershof in Murdoch, Minnesota. That'll be a month and a handful of days from now, and I look forward to seeing you guys there. That's August the 22nd through the 24th. Baldershof is beautiful and amazing. Our people there are fantastic. It's going to be a great event. I will be there, and I look forward to seeing all of you guys there if you can make it. I think that's what we've got off the top of the program this week. I am welcoming Witan Erickson to talk about Freyshof and his lovely wife, if she can make it. I don't know if they're wrangling their children or just what, but hopefully we get maximum Erickson participation this evening for everybody. So I don't know if you've given thought to how you want to present stuff this evening, but assuming that, for those listeners that may just be tuning in for the first time, what is the concept of Freyshof? How's that coming about? Why is it where we're thinking about it being? Let's hit the ground running in case folks don't know or are unfamiliar.
Yeah, of course. So I'm really glad to be here tonight. Thank you for having me on. It's always a pleasure to speak with you, my friend, and to talk to all of our folk. Gyðja Katie hopefully will be joining us soon. She's actually traveling with the kids, so they're up in Vermont. So I don't know if they are back from their hike yet or if she has good reception, but she did bring her PC, so hopefully we will be graced by her presence at some point tonight. So Freyshof, and what will become Freyshof District. So it'll be the fifth Hof of the Asatru Folk Assembly. And, it doesn't feel so long ago that I was traveling out to California as a relatively new AFA member and an even newer folk builder for the dedication of what we then called New Grange Hall, which was later rededicated as Odin's Hof. And that was a long time coming, like literally 1,000 years in coming. And it was also the 20th anniversary of the Allsherjargoði Folk Assembly. In fact, I have one of those mugs right here. And, if that was such a milestone in Asatru, I want to say modern Asatru, but I think just in Asatru through all time. And what founder McNallen and yourself and Gothi Thorgrun and a lot of others did to make that happen really can't be measured. And for me personally, it almost felt like that was total victory at that point. The Asatru Folk Assembly has a Hof. And then, and we had a lot of support from outside the Asatru Folk Assembly for that Hof, that temple to be established too. I don't know if people all know that, but we had a lot of, tangential people that were, supportive of our folk, but not religious, or, generally Asatru-ish, but for whatever reason, not able to commit to joining the Asatru Folk Assembly. And, probably more than just that. And of course, our members who really made a big push to make that happen. And like I said, it felt like it was a total victory at that point, but within just a few years, and 5 years, we were talking about dedicating Thor's Hof because our Allsherjargoði made a promise to our folk, and the clock was ticking on that promise. And various opportunities had presented themselves, and then challenges presented themselves. And we were fortunate that we ended up getting 2 Hofs that year. It was almost like we were, mostly you, Matt, but most of the, as a church, we were up against this wall to make sure that the promise to Thor and the promise to the folk of Thor's Hof actually happened. And you pushed it, man. You really did. I remember me and Katie were looking up in Pennsylvania for temples, and we had people looking in Minnesota, and we had people looking down in the Carolinas and probably in other places too. And North Carolina ended up being the place, but because you pushed so hard on it, a second opportunity was found in Minnesota. So we were able to dedicate those 2 Hofs virtually simultaneously, which, is really amazing. And then it took some time, but they got paid off. And we were able to dedicate Njord's Hof down in Florida, which again, also presented challenges. There were opportunities and things that, that made some of those opportunities not work the way that we had hoped. But it ended up being in the place that it belonged, like the other temples, I believe. And it was a bigger bite of the pie than we were used to. That was by far the most challenging one for us to end up having ownership of. But we were blessed by many, many generous members, and then one particularly generous member recently, and we own that now. And Allsherjargoði Matt and I have talked about the plan of establishment of Asatru temples all around the world for a long time. We know what the first 14 of those temples will be named. And sometimes we have fun talking about what they might be beyond that. And so immediately, actually more like 3 years ago, we were already looking for properties in generally the Ohio, Pennsylvania, and like northern West Virginia area, knowing that, that area between Pittsburgh and Cleveland and Columbus was really kind of an anchor for what had used to be the old Northeast territory that I had the honor of representing as a folk builder, and the eastern part of the old Midwest territory. And we've been looking at different properties online, to be familiar with what the market bears in that area for a really long time. And we finally got to move on it. And so since we announced the payoff, the ownership of Numerology, Gyðja Katie, who I see is with us now. Hi, babe. We've looked at 4 different properties, some excellent, some not really meeting our needs. And I think that, since we've been in that process, there has been activity almost daily, absolutely several times a week, on pursuing getting a temple dedicated to Lord Freyr. And, for me personally, there's some kind of synchronicities about Freyshof. Like, I'll be honest, I really wanted that Thorshof temple back in 2020. Me and Katie were looking at properties, and we didn't fully like the ones that we were seeing. And I think we were hopefully wise not to have just, jumped at the first one that we could get, even if it wasn't adequate, even if it was going to, be ugly or have inadequate facilities and all of that. So, Thorshof in Carolina is beautiful. What the Youngs and what Witten's Fawn have done with it is amazing. But I'd be lying if I didn't say I wasn't always just a little bit jealous, I know that up north here, we deserve a Hof, and I very much, for both religious and for practical reasons, have had a strong desire to have a physical temple, and a physical community hall and offices and classrooms and storage where we can really take Asatru in this area to the next level. It is just not the same when you're operating out of campgrounds and backyards and people's personal kitchens. That's what you have to do. And that absolutely brings a lot of fulfillment for me personally. And, I hope for the folk, and most importantly, that our gods see it as worthy. But, we already had 4 of these. I knew there was another level to get to, right? Once New Grange Hall, Odinsoft was established, I think everyone around the world knew there was this next level to get to. And so for me personally, there's been some synchronicities, like I was about to say, and then I distracted myself. I don't know. I may have mentioned this in previous episodes before, maybe not. I know Matt and Katie know this, and people that are close to me know this, but the first bloat that I ever led, before I was an ordained Gothi, before I was the leader of a kindred, I think even before I was an apprentice folk builder, just leading a local study group and local bloat group, was a Freyfaxi bloat to Freyr. And then some years later, our kindred, Keystone True Folk, based in Pennsylvania, we took our formal oaths on a Freyfaxi. So kind of inadvertently, there's been this long, slow devotion to Frey that, I have to admit, wasn't even intentional. It sometimes just happens the way that it's supposed to. I've always wanted to be a good gardener. My grandfather was a farmer and a mechanic, so I like to work on cars and I like to work in the yard and on the land. But I've never really been as good at it as I want to. That's probably true for everyone, but sometimes it's been pretty bad. But it's really profound and humbling for me to see this so close at hand now. And the longer history of the Northeast and Midwest region is full of ups and downs, just like the history of our folk. We've had so many people come and rise to great heights and then fall. And it really has been, I guess, in a way, both heroic and tragic simultaneously. You can't have heroes without tragedy, I suppose. Otherwise, it's easy, right? But I'm really proud of our people who have helped to make this happen and that are, working behind the scenes. I don't want to say too much because things aren't done, but so that people know, a lot of things are being put in place, both in practical, financial, logistical terms, but also in esoteric and spiritual terms. There's a lot of preparation going on for how Freyshof is going to be operated, what the spiritual and religious focus there is going to be. There's a whole lot of stuff that we want to do there and that we want to share with our folk, and that we hope will glorify Lord Freyr. And I'll save some of that for the rest of the show. I could go on for too long. Hi, Alice.
All right. Well,
Daddy.
First.
Hi, Daddy.
Hi, Alice. Hi, Owen. Is Owen there too?
Yeah, he's being shy.
That's all right.
Owen, it's Daddy.
All right, we're going to get back to the call now, okay?
She will steal the show.
No, that's awesome. She's
Sorry, guys.
No, don't you dare.
We're up in Vermont at my sister's, so everything's a little wackadoo right now.
All right, so
especially the kids.
Well, so before we get to that, and so I don't forget, Angela in New Hampshire donated $50 to our current folk services fundraising drive for a family that's in need, and also $50 to Freyshof. So thank you so much. We appreciate it. That said, as you guys have noticed, we've got some folks that joined us on the call. Gyðja Erickson, it is great to have you on the show. How's things?
Things are pretty good. Like I said before, we're up in Vermont at my sister's house, and she lives in the middle of nowhere, so the kids have been getting a lot of outside time and puppy time. But my sister and her partner go to bed very early. They're all getting in bed like now, and this is late for them, so we're kind of hiding out in the guest room. So I'm sorry if I seem a little distracted. Mostly it's just because the kids are wild. And
no, you're fine. You got stuff right going on.
Yeah.
So Freyshof stuff that folks might be wondering. As you guys may or may not know, and Nick may or may not have this handy. Nick, do you have a current map of our existent Hof districts?
I've got the new one ready for us, but I don't have the current one. Yes, I do. There we go.
So, as you can tell by the comment he just made, we'll show you something in just a second, and I appreciate that he is an overachiever. So, each of our Hofs is the center, and the center in the air quotes, certainly the administrative center of districts. Baldershof district is over Witan Erickson's face. He is looking just above it. Although, if we extended it up, he would still be covered by Baldershof, Canada. We have members in 12 countries, and I don't mean to disrespect any of our international users, but the map makes more sense when we look at the United States, and that's where we have Hofs right now. But as you can see, this is the current Hof district layout. And Thorshof, way down almost in the very bottom of the Thorshof district there in North Carolina, is the center of the Thorshof district, which goes all the way up the coast. There is a big chunk of, all of the northeastern portion of the United States into the Midwest, and then all the way over throughout Potato Europe.
Yeah, and Ontario and Quebec, it keeps going north until you hit the Arctic.
So pretty much, if you take the lines as they are now and you draw them straight up through Canada, just following the relevant province borders, is what those districts look like to our folks in the north. As you can, so we're going to have to break off a chunk of this to be Freyshof district. Nick, do you have that map? Ta-da! There we go. In this much smaller map, you can see what...
I ain't made it pretty yet. I'm sorry.
Well, there's a funny gap. Is that white spot in the water there next to Delaware?
That's just water where the clipping didn't clip out the water. Ignore that.
It's just a peak day to me.
All right. So that is what the new Freyshof district is going to look like. It looks awkward. It looks like West Virginia should not be there, but the mountains and the geography make a difference. One of the things that we discussed on the new districting isn't as the crow flies or what looks cool on the map, but what areas are more likely to be able to make it to the Hof and be part of the attendance there. Something that we have discussed. All right. Yeah. So I was going to say Thorshof. I misspoke earlier. Thorshof, as it goes to our brothers and sisters in Europe, is currently all of Europe. And Freyshof, when it happens, is going to bifurcate Europe between potato and tomato. Potato Europe going with Freyshof, tomato Europe staying with Thorshof. There you go. Behold, it looks beautiful. Yeah, so we've got some questions stacking up. I'm trying to think if there's anything we should hit beforehand, but a couple of things I can think of, I'm sure we'll come to in the course of our conversation. So I'm looking to see if there's any Freyshof related stuff specifically. Katie, before we get going, is there any stuff that you wanted to lead off with or put in here up front about the future of Freyshof or the future of Freyshof district? You are muted.
Because I missed the first 10 minutes of the call, I'm not entirely sure what Witan Erickson explained, but
I talked about the past mostly. So.
He spoke about the past and Hofs and getting Hofs and how that went with the kind of chain of events getting the preceding Hofs.
Gotcha. Well, I don't know. It's gonna be awesome. For anybody who doesn't know, we sent out an email recently. We are running a fundraiser to help get Freyshof as fast as possible, so we can. Sorry, I keep kicking my table. So that we can move on to the next thing, which will be very exciting. But we don't want to move too fast. But if anybody donates, there you go. Cliff showed. Or I'm sorry, not Cliff, Nick. Anybody who donates $500 or more will receive one of these horns that I am carving. We're calling it just the Freyshof horn. It's from. Sorry, I'm easily distracted. I saw Cliff making funny faces in there between the two pictures. So, Um, the horn will be. I'm carving them on demand. So if you donate $500 or more, you will get one of these. Obviously, they will not all look exactly the same because of the horns that I ordered. So they're gonna have slightly different size variations and colors, but they're cool. You won't get one if you don't donate between now and the dedication. So you should all try to get a horn. I came prepared, more than I can say. I don't know. I think they're pretty.
They're amazing. You do really, really good work on horns. Anybody that's seen the horns that Katie's carved will know that they are awesome. And
every Hof horn is a horn that I've carved and dedicated. So, not dedicated, donated. Sorry, I've got dedications on the mind.
There you go. There you go. No, they're beautiful, and that's good to plug. We did ask folks to donate, but we did not make the mention of the beautiful horn and that accompanying the $500 donation. It also gets your name on the donor plaque. Don't want to disperse the economics here, but any Hof that you donate 500 or more to gets your name up on the Hof donor plaques. And if you have done it in the past, be sure to look at the Hof next time you go to it, because they're there, and we really appreciate everybody who's been willing to contribute and help out. That's how really cool things are.
I'm so sorry.
So one question that we have that's Hof relevant, and we will get to everybody's any question you have. We're going to hit the relevant ones to the conversation first, but we will get to all of your questions. So please keep that in mind. Why is Freyshof next? And is there an order to things? Katie, why is Freyshof next? And is there an order to things?
We are going in order of the gods as listed in the Gylfaginning, and Frey is next on that list.
Behold, this is the list of the order we're doing stuff in. Nick comes prepared with the audio, with the visual aids, and I appreciate that.
To be fair, it was my question.
I wasn't telling people that you'd seeded the question. I was trying to keep the mystery alive. But yeah, so Nick threw that question out. Killed the magic, but that's okay. We appreciate you anyways. Yeah, but a lot of people do wonder that. And that is a very specific reason. It's something that my Gothar mentor and I discussed years ago. So Cliff talked a little bit ago about how getting that first Hof back in 2015 was, to a lot of people, like an end goal. It was like, that's the finish line. Once we get a Hof, that's the peak of what we can accomplish. And I think that part of that is because it was a goal that was so elusive. I could remember reading runestones from the early 70s to where, if you aren't familiar, our founder in 1972 started a publication called The Runestone. And, we honored that tradition with our newsletters we put out once a month. But I mean, it was the very, very early days of, the reforging of Asatru and what the goals and ambitions and hopes were. And it seemed like, any day now we'd get this Hof. And that was the dream of, 40 some odd years before it became a reality. And there were some close calls in between there when there was almost a Hof. We almost had Hofs, and it was always just exceeded the grasp of folks at that time. So it was a huge accomplishment to get Odin's Hof in 2015. And so I think that generation, certainly under our founder's administration, that was a big, when we get the Hof. And it was funny. I remember the really cool transition, because for 5 years there it was the Hof. When something's happening at the Hof, and we had to specify which Hof are you talking about? That was a cool just trigger in your head of like, wow, that's an awesome problem to have. My Gothi mentor and I at the time, we'd been talking about what this looks like into the future, and what's what and how to figure out the order of how these things should go. We worship the gods of order. It's important to have a plan. And so this was, I'd say in 2014, this is something that we'd given a lot of thought to and come to an understanding of what we'd like to do with Hof dedications and moving forward. And it's nice to be, 4 steps into that, almost 5 now. So that's why that looks the way that it does. Another question. If I'm in Freyshof district, do I have to worship Freyr more than Thor? Cliff, is he obliged to worship Freyr more than Thor if he lives in Freyshof district?
No one is required to worship any of our gods more than the others, although I do think it's important to make sure that you give them all their proper honor and worship. But it's common for people to have a particular devotion to one god or one goddess. Now, that said, I would ask that you be open to more connection and more devotion to Freyr. Hopefully you'll be attending the Hof regularly, and the environment there and the devotion to Freyr that we build up, hopefully can become part of your religious practice. But we're not only going to have bloat to Freyr at Freyshof, we're going to honor all of our holy tides. So at Thor bloat, we will be making bloat to Thor in Freyshof, just like they make bloat to Frey at Freyfaxi at Thor's Hof. So,
and that's a good question. I think that, and I appreciate, Aiden, I appreciate you asking the question. A lot of the times people wonder a lot of different things and may be afraid to ask them or whatever, but they're really informative. We have an audience here that has practiced Asatru for a very long time. We also have people that have practiced for a short time. We have brand new people that haven't practiced at all. And we also have people that go back and look at these episodes at different times. So the questions are really valuable. No, at each of our Hofs, I mentioned that we worship the gods of order. The Aesir are united and bound by loyalty to one another. There's not a conflict or an animosity between, celebrating one of our gods at a different god's temple. And that's really not part of what we do. We honor all of the Aesir at the different temples to our gods. We often, we certainly make a special point of honoring the god whose temple it is, but we've got people throughout the AFA that have a different level of closeness with different of our gods and goddesses, and that's okay. And there's a place for that. We're not theoretical or soft polytheists. We're hard polytheists, and we believe that our gods exist as individual differentiated beings that exist in bonds of kinship and loyalty with one another. But what I do think might tend to happen is I think a lot of folks that maybe don't have that strong of a connection with Lord Freyr will hopefully build that through attending his Hof and being part of the culture there. I think that we've seen that grow up in a lot of the different Hofs. One of the hopes, because we're going to establish a Hof to all of, to 12 of our Aesir and 2 of the Asenur. And there are gods that have a lot less notoriety or awareness in popular consciousness. And I think that them having their own Hofs and dedicated worship there will hopefully increase our folks' awareness of them, and through the gift cycle, increase our relationship with them, and hopefully our understanding of them. So I'm excited for that in all cases. But I think we see it already in the case of Lord Balder at Baldershof. I know a number of people who are regularly in attendance and worship there that, that wouldn't have been their initial God they felt closest to, but after years of worship there, they certainly feel very close to Balder.
If we are doing Freyshof questions, if you go up to Caleb's 2, 3, and 4, well, technically 3 and 4 would be relevant.
You don't tell me what to do, Nick.
Crack that whip.
It was such a big block of text, and it wasn't in the first sentence, so I kind of overlooked it. Cool. Can you show us one of the Freyshof horns for the fundraiser? We already did that, Caleb, but we'd be happy to do it again because they're awesome. And you know what? Because we'll answer the question in its entirety because it's something that we'll do, but we'll answer number 1 last. So point 3 to your question, what will be the national event holiday for Freyshof? Katie, would you like to tell us about that?
Hi. So at present, the national event at Freyshof is, and will continue to be, well, isn't yet because we don't have a Hof yet, but our area does Winter Nights, or what do we call it again now? I can never say it correctly.
Veterniter.
Veterniter?
I need to get better with it.
Literally
What
Winter Nights. Veterniter.
I know, but I'm like...
Oh, no. I'm just saying
I'm
for
not
anybody
gonna
who's curious out there, it's just Old Norse for Winter Nights. But what's cool about it is that's not like just something we came up with, which would be cool if we did, but it's absolutely something attested, and it's something that our ancestors did in the way back, and it's special. So that brings up something, and yes, Caleb, we'll get to the other 2 of the pieces of your question, but the reason that Freyshof is happening in this part of the country comes on the back of a long tradition there, and folks might not know. So, Cliff, can you tell people a little bit about Winter Nights in that part of the country and the, I don't know, kind of the roots of the AFA's presence there?
Sure can. So, once upon a time when I was younger but still had no hair, my very first big Asatru Folk Assembly event was Winter Nights in the Poconos. It didn't have a number. It was just Winter Nights in the Poconos. And my friend and the local Northeast region folk builder, Patricia Hall, vouched for me. I was not a member of the Asatru Folk Assembly yet. I was a bit of a tire kicker. So I was going to various kindred events and went to a few larger events than that to see for myself what everything was about. And the Allsherjargoði Folk Assembly did not have a particularly strong presence in the East in general at that time. It wasn't non-existent, but it was a different kind of dynamic at that time.
When you say that time, what
good point.
Thereabouts?
2012 is what I'm talking about right now. I had started to explore Asatru in person starting in 2011 and met Patricia during that time. And then in October 2012, attended that Winter Nights, which was the first time that the Allsherjargoði Folk Assembly did a large event in the Northeast. I know there were some things in Florida and in the South, but this was the first time that the Allsherjargoði Folk Assembly did a large event in the Northeast. I know there were some things in Florida and in the South, but this was the first time that the Allsherjargoði Folk Assembly did a large event in the Northeast. I know there were some things in Florida and in the South, but this was the first time that the Allsherjargoði Folk Assembly did a large event in the Northeast. I know there were some things in Florida and in the South, but this was the first time that the Allsherjargoði Folk Assembly did a large event in the Northeast. I know there were some things in Florida and in the South, but this was the first time that the Allsherjargoði Folk Assembly did a large event in the Northeast. I know there were some things in Florida and in the South, but this was the first time that the Allsherjargoði Folk Assembly did a large event in the Northeast. I know there were some things in Florida and in the South, but this was the first time that the Allsherjargoði Folk Assembly did a large event in the Northeast. I then Allsherjargoði Matthew and Sheila came out to something in the Northeast, and or at least for an AFA event. I can't say they'd never been to anything. I believe that is where I met you, Matt. I met a number of other AFA leaders, some Gothar, some folk builders, but it was something that had happened on the heels of recent successes at that time in recognizing that the Northeast was a place where folkish Asatru, where folkism could thrive, because a lot of times, not just the AFA, I've done this personally, we tend to think of like, oh, that area, yeah, that is a picture of that event, outstanding. And I think sometimes we fall into the trap of thinking that, because of what we perceive the politics of an area to be, that it might not be open to what we have to offer. But that wasn't true at all. And it was an event that changed my life personally. I don't think I'm the only one who would say that either. That convinced me to join the Asatru Folk Assembly, and after a period of stubbornness, to get on the team as far as leadership goes. I like to do things my own way. I have to basically be proven wrong, and then once I am, which always happens, I'll go along with things. But yeah, it came out of that, and so Winter Nights in the Poconos was successful, and we're going to be celebrating Winter Nights 14 this year. So it's got a very, very long history. I took over management of that event when Patricia Hall stepped down, and have more or less been in charge of it since. And my lovely wife Katie has offered me a great deal of assistance in that over, the past 7 or 8 years at least. It's
So something I'd like to add before we get too far from it. You made an interesting point about people's preconceptions of, where might be fertile ground for us and where might not be. Earth has a plan of its own on these things. There is a mystery in how all of the different threads of the tapestry go together to make the things happen the way that they do. It's one of the things with getting these Hofs. Cliff mentioned earlier about Njord's Hof and how we had some struggles here, struggles there, and things fell into place to get it right where it should be. And I think that's how things tend to work. What is incumbent upon us is to do the very best we can with what we have to create an environment for good things to happen. We can't guarantee victories on everything, but we can do our best. And if we're leaving it all on the field and doing our best, then we're positioned to take advantage of synchronicity, of the will of the Nornir, of the will of the Aesir on these things. And there's a significant hand to play in that. But as far as like what works someplace and what doesn't, you'd think off the top of your head that the places that would be most friendly to our faith are maybe areas that have the most Germanic or Scandinavian immigration history, or maybe places that demographically have, the most white people who are eligible to be AFA members. And sure, you see that. There's a bump from that. But you also see it the places where people are, quote unquote, enriched the most by the diverse environment that they live in. You see that where there's a scarcity of appreciation of our gods and our folk. There's all these different reasons that come together. And quite frankly, there is pluses and advantageous reasons for membership and Hofs every place our folk find themselves, even if it seems very distant from our homelands or very distant from, politically favorable environments. So it's always kind of a special thing to see how that plays out. Same thing as a random note with membership applications. every time we get a surge of applicants, I try to, sleuth, like, where did this come from? And there's usually not, occasionally there's, one big watershed moment that makes something happen, but we will get, a whole bunch at one time, and they'll be from all over the place, all different ages, all different situations in their life, seemingly no commonality, but something, there's a current out there in the web of earth that compels that to happen. And it's cool when it does. It's just, we don't always have a perfect answer. So there's a lot of right answers. But Winter Nights, at that point that Cliff talked about in 2012, AFA had members a lot of places, but it was pretty solidly a West Coast and a Northern California specifically phenomenon. It was, very much great ambitions and a lot of good things going on, but something, run out of Steve and Sheila's home with their close relations and then friends they built around the country that would kind of come in for it. So Winter Nights in 2012 was the first thing that really made us, bi-coastal in our American membership. And it was really special, and it's something that we've looked forward to ever since. And it's something, I don't know, special for this call because, both of our families in different ways came about, due to or certainly surrounding that event. Winter Nights 2014 is when I met Mandy. And within 2 months, I moved down to Florida. And, now we've got a beautiful 5-year-old daughter, and, everything's history from there. But it's certainly real significant to the development of our family. And Cliff, something special happened to y'all at Winter Nights too. Tell us about that.
A few things, yeah. I met Katie at a Folkish Summer Hallowing, which was a Folkish event at the same camp where we have had Winter Nights, I should say. And I proposed to Katie during Sumble at Winter Nights in the Poconos. So yeah, and she said yes. Everything worked out. It was wonderful.
Spoiler alert.
Yep. And the funny backstory to that, she actually wasn't feeling too great that weekend and wasn't there on Friday. So my plan to propose to her during Sumble, because that was the plan all along, almost got foiled by a cold. But then she showed up with her dog Zul, and I was super happy to see her. So that we could start our family, or that I could get embarrassed in the middle of Sumble. It was going to go one way or the other.
I still, to this day, I have no idea what he said to me, because the minute he turned around and dropped to a knee, everybody started screaming. I just heard screams and yells and people cheering, and no idea what he said. I mean, obviously I have some idea of what he said, but the specifics, just, what was I going to say?
I
was part of the cheering audience. I remember that. The Playhouse was very loud at that moment.
The ladies definitely out-decibeled the men, though. The squeals were top notch.
Mandy got lazy and stayed up at the main house. She missed it. Still kicks herself about it.
That's what she gets.
Yeah.
We also announced being pregnant with Alice to everybody for the first time at Winter Nights a couple years later, when I got my ordination during Winter Nights with you and Stephen McNallen, Matt. And I was like, I guess I can't drink this horn because I'm having another baby. And that was how everybody found out. So, probably in mostly those same words too, because he...
Seems like a valid reason.
Yeah, that's the best reason. So that's awesome. Winter Night's a really special event. And so everything else aside, all of the spiritual reasons and everything else, it's just beautiful in that part of the country. Winter Nights in the Northeast generally, but in that, in that Pennsylvania, in the Poconos specifically for those events, it's beautiful there. So yeah, that has been a tradition in the AFA for, I mean, I could math it, but since 2012. So there you go.
14th year coming up.
Wow, it seems like it was the 10th anniversary. Just wow, getting
We got
old.
Super Bowl looking Roman numerals going on this stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yes, that's awesome. That makes me happy. So back to Caleb's questions. Are there any competing mottos for Freyshof?
Yes.
You can answer, you can answer affirmative or negative without giving anything away if you want, or do whatever you like.
I can give a little bit away. So yes, there are. For as long as we've been, looking at properties, basically since the dedication of Njordshof, I have had a pretty clear idea in my mind of what I believe it should be. Sometimes, like, Matt, you were talking about discussion of the naming order for the temples. There's certain things that you just kind of know in advance what you want it to be. But I will be honest, now that it is close to being I can't change my mind time, I have been kind of vetting what I thought was such a certainty for the past couple of years. So I've intentionally, asked people what they think of it, and a small group of people, the Gothar in our district, basically, and Allsherjargoði Matt and the Witten, and have really tinkered with wording some and pitched alternate ideas, to make sure that I'm on the right track. And I think I'm going to go with the original one, but that I don't have to decide that just yet. And I don't intend, Allsherjargoði can always veto this stuff, but I don't intend on that actually being announced until dedication. I would like for the flag and the coat of arms and the motto to not be known until that day of dedication.
Well, that's something that I'm going to leave in y'all's court. I'm certainly not going to be the one to out it prematurely.
Cool. I might be. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that's up to you. You can tell people right now if you want to, but I'm fine with letting it go up until we are celebrating the dedication. Okay, and so then to his first question, which is unrelated, but we'll answer it because it's included. Do you think it's harder for Christians to be elevated and enter a hall of the Aesir in the afterlife? Could someone who is not Asatru be elevated to hero status within the AFA? Katie, take the first stab at that if you would like to.
So as far as somebody who is Christian going into the halls of the Aesir, if you mean specifically like Valhalla and stuff, I don't know. I don't think anybody could answer that question because I can't speak for the gods. I do know, or at least I personally believe that our Christian ancestors do absolutely go to the halls of our ancestors, as long as they weren't crappy people. That's where we're all supposed to go when we die. And I don't blame our Christian family members for being Christian. It's not their fault. They don't know any better. Yes, we introduced them to the idea of Asatru, but they've all been raised and firmly believe, most of them for so long, for all of their lives, that anything that isn't Christian is evil. And that's, like I said, it's not their fault, and we can't always convince them to change their minds. Most people have to come to this on their own, through some sort of experience that takes them away from Christianity. So that's my own personal belief. As far as a Christian person becoming a hero, I feel like that could be very nuanced. It would depend a lot on what it is exactly that they were doing, but I can't imagine a Christian person doing anything heroic enough to become a hero for Asatru. But that's my opinion.
Cliff, do you have
Not saying
additional
it didn't happen.
thoughts?
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Finish what you were saying, Katie.
Yeah, go ahead. I wasn't trying to cut you off.
I can't imagine it. I'm not saying it's impossible. I don't think anything's impossible. I can't picture a scenario, is all.
So I think for part one, I think it's harder for Christians to be elevated and enter Hall of the Aesir in the afterlife? Yes, for at least some of them. Some examples. So, Katie mentioned that most Christians, especially the ones that we know in current times, didn't necessarily choose Christianity. They're more a victim of circumstance. They were born into a Catholic or a Lutheran or a Baptist family, and that's just what you do, right? So for those people, I don't think that any of them go to heaven or to hell or limbo or purgatory or any of that. I think that when they pass on, that they are surprised and find that their souls are connected to their ancestors and to our Aryan gods, no matter what they worshipped while they were alive. And I think that for most of them, they probably go to the halls of the ancestors and find their family welcoming them home and happy to see them, and having a generally sympathetic attitude to them because they are kin. Some of them might even be laughing because they got the same surprise when they passed on. They're like, yo, check it out. This isn't what we thought it was going to be. And then there's, much more ancient ancestors that were Asatru in ancient and prehistoric times, and, may remind them that they were there the whole time. It wasn't a guardian angel. It was your 100th grandpa who bloated to Thor. I think that for some of them, it may be nearly impossible. The generation of people that turned from Asatru to Christianity, it's much more complicated. Now, some of them did so under duress and under threat of death. And it's really difficult for me to blame them because it's yes, it would be good to have the courage to be martyred for your faith in the Aesir. But if all of them did that, none of us might be living today. So that makes it complicated. There are others, though, who did it willingly and were part of the coercive and violent conversion of our ancestors. I think that their souls don't exist anymore. I think that they are nithings and have been cast out by their ancestors and found their home in the belly of Nidhogg. That's what I think. I don't know exactly how sympathetic our ancestors might be to people like that. They may be more sympathetic than I am in this assessment, but that's my gut feeling, that those who, they're oath breakers, those, right? So I think that context really, really would harm them. I think, of course, another category of a Christian who would have real trouble entering the halls of their ancestors would be those who in modern times found Asatru and know about their ancestral religion and know about our natural religion and know about the Asatru Folk Assembly and know about our gods, but then for some reason turn their back on that in this life and return to Christianity or go to Christianity, after having been Asatru in this time when we know better. I can forgive what you don't know until you know it. But once you know it, that opportunity is no longer available. So sometimes, I think. And then, as far as them being elevated to, you specifically, Caleb, asked about the halls of the Aesir. I don't think that most souls get that opportunity at all, whether they're Asatru or not. That is for the remarkable in some form or other. Katie mentioned Valhalla. That's the most well-known, but I believe that any and all of our gods probably do call souls up to be of some service to them in some way in the afterlife. they don't all have names and well-known stories like the Einherjar do, but I think that, I mean, look, they're gods. If they want to do that, they can. The second part, could someone who was not Asatru be elevated to hero status within the AFA? No. It's really difficult for me to foresee a scenario where that could happen, because the reason that they're a hero of the Asatru Folk Assembly is for performing great deeds in their life that defended or promoted Asatru. Like Katie said, I guess nothing is impossible, but it's really difficult for me to envision a scenario where someone who is not Asatru meets that standard.
So I guess last part first. No, at least in my administration as Allsherjargoði, no Christian would ever be elevated to a Day of Remembrance hero status, barring, and I don't say this facetiously or disrespectfully, literally, if there was some kind of revelatory experience where one of the gods communicated to me in a clear way, no, this one gets Hero Day, then okay, because we serve the Aesir. But barring that, no. As far as the other, again, it is nuanced, and I think it's important to. I think the default position for our folk is to go to our ancestors at least first, and to pass through that level of acceptance or not. And I think that happens regardless. As Katie mentioned, there's three periods here, and one is like a generation. And it's a different generation in different areas of Europe, but there is a first person in the family line that started out worshiping the Aesir and at some point decided to betray our gods. I tend to be with Cliff that I don't think their judgment in the afterlife is kind. There's a whole lot of amazing people between those people and modern Asatru that existed that may very well have earned the favor of the gods, even if they didn't know it. They may have just been that impressive. And that is certainly a decision for our gods to make, and us to perhaps speculate on. I think it is certainly within their power to call up any of our folk to their halls if they would like to. The other thing that I want to put out there, it's a concept that I don't know if a lot of people think about. We use the term afterlife, but I don't think we give it a lot of thought. If you died in 1250, you've had a lot of time existing in a realm beyond ours. And I don't know what deeds you've accomplished there that may have earned you elevation on in a different way that we're not aware of. I absolutely believe in posthumous ascension. And perhaps there are deeds that are done in the life beyond ours that, change that equation and earn you a spot. I don't know, and I can't speak to that. But from what we do know, the thing that I can affirmatively speak to is who gets elevated to AFA hero status. And unless I get word from on high that I need to up somebody that's not Asatru, that's literally their criteria for elevation, is the service that they perform for our gods. Sometimes that's folks that were martyred for their faith. Other times it's folks that were proactive in fighting for our faith versus opposition. But no, that's awesome. It's an awesome bunch of questions. Thank you for that. Getting back into some stuff here. Okay, so following on that, I guess, in an interesting way that I haven't heard before, we have, but could a Christian await our heroes outside the doorstep of Valhalla as an honored enemy, or did I just receive bad info? Is honored enemies even a thing? Katie, is honored enemies a thing? Is there some kind of, what is your reaction to both of those questions in whatever way you want to take it?
My reaction is, in the 20 years I've been Asatru, I have never really heard of an honored enemy. Because usually if you honor someone, I don't know, maybe that's not entirely true. I don't know. I probably shouldn't be the person to answer this, so why don't we ask Cliff instead?
All right.
I'm sorry, guys.
Cliff, what you got? No, don't be. That's fine. You guys are a couple. You guys work it out. I don't care. Erickson of your choosing, answer this question.
Yeah, I mean, we're a team, right? So I've never heard anything about honored enemies waiting at the door to Valhalla to like have one last challenge or something to one of the warriors entering that hall. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but that would be a new concept to me. I mean, it sounds interesting. It might be kind of cool, but I've never heard it. But the general concept of an honored enemy, I don't think is ridiculous. I definitely think that there can be respect for rivals on the battlefield or in business or in anything where there's competition. If you are a great warrior or a great businessman, and your opponent conducts themselves with honor and with skill, and would be your friend if not for having been born in that other kingdom or other tribe, I think there can certainly be honor and respect between rivals like that, but not to an extent where you're not going to do what you need to do. That would lose you the respect. I can't think of any, but I'm pretty sure there are quite a few tales about such rivalries. I guess the Christmas that was celebrated between the British and German soldiers in the Great War is a good example of that. They put aside their fighting, and probably welcome to break from it given the conditions of it, for a Christmas Day meal. There's a formal name for it. I forget what it is off the top of my head, but obviously these were enemies. The English, the British on one side and the Germans on the other are machine gunning and fragmentation, grenading, and gassing each other from across no man's land, but managed to put that aside and share respect and religion for a day. And even though it happened to be Christmas and Christianity in that context, this is one of those generations that we were talking about that probably on both sides earned a great deal of respect from our gods for great deeds performed in the service of their countries during that time. All the other details aside, a soldier doing his part for his people is something I think our gods would look with pride on. And if they could put that aside there for a moment, I think that the concept of an honored rival or honored enemy is not crazy to me. But yeah, as far as at the gates of Valhalla, never heard of that. That sounds interesting though. I'm gonna have to look into it.
So as a random side note, just following the chat, I appreciate Monk saying positive things about General Forrest. I think as far as Christians, General Forrest probably the greatest warrior of the Confederacy. I think there's maybe some folks who are also in that discussion, but I think it would be no slight to him to include him in that discussion. And he'd probably fight him if he needed to. But big fan. Appreciate you, General Forrest. That said, big personal hero of mine in a lot of different ways. The question that you ask is an interesting one. And again, I appreciate all of the questions, even if they seem, out there a little bit. as kind of building on the previous question, and I guess building on talking about General Forest, if you're in a time where that's not really an option that our folk are aware of, I think, as I said previous, there may be great warriors that are just so awesome that, they've earned the respect of our gods, even if they didn't know them in life. That may be a thing. It may not be. As far as folks that are Christians, like standing outside the gates of Valhalla, at that point, they know they're wrong. So if there's some kind of, I don't know, afterlife exchange of the worlds to where Hebrew afterlife and Aryan afterlife somehow interact in some way, then no, they've chosen they're on the other team. And I don't think that's a thing. I also don't think it works like that. I don't think that Hebrew gods can co-opt the souls of people that they don't have a right to. So I don't know how all that sorts out. It's certainly interesting to think about. The concept of honored enemy, absolutely. But I think if your enmity between you and us is you're siding against our gods, then no, I don't think our gods no, I don't think that's a thing to where our gods respect. If you're, some kind of, Nubian person and you're an enemy of our folk and you are awesome in your own right, I think there's a way for you to be an honored enemy that way. And I think you're probably celebrated by, your African gods for that. And I think that there's certainly a respect amongst warriors that way. But I don't think there's any relationship between other people's afterlife and ours.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Matt. We had a great conversation at Sigerblut in Pennsylvania last weekend about how that Jehovah Yahweh is a real entity and shouldn't be trifled with, but that its power to divert our folks' spirituality is something that exists in this world only. It can certainly, cause our people to misdirect or waste their spiritual energy and probably is stealing that, but that it cannot separate you from your ancestors after you pass on. That deception is not so strong as to sever your bonds with your folk, because we're connected. It can't do that. But certainly there's a big deception or distraction going on that could, sap our folks' energy in this world.
Absolutely. Question over in the chat, Rover, how many members does the AFA have? 727 at the moment. And we'll go back because we're kind of far afield from Freyshof, so we will just answer some questions and see what's up. And we have more Freyshof stuff to talk about when we get to it. When Loki had great gifts made to compensate for taking Sif's hair, Odin and Freyr received 2 gifts. I take that to infer they are equal in certain areas, ? Odin is king of the gods and goddesses of the Aesir. Freyr is the general of the Vanir gods and goddesses. What parallels do they share as leaders of the folk? ? Or is Loki, as Odin's blood brother, up to a divide and conquer move, trying to create jealousy? Katie, what do you think about that?
Is that question in the chat somewhere?
It is in the private chat. It is the first question at 5:57 p.m.
You can't see private chat messages from before you joined the chat, unfortunately.
Or before I kicked myself off by accident earlier.
Okay,
yeah.
so I'll piece them out, Katie. That's not fair then.
Sorry.
I didn't know you couldn't see them. No, that's my fault. It's a big, complex question. When Loki had great gifts made to compensate for taking Sif's hair, Odin and Freyr received 2 gifts. I take that to infer they are equal in certain areas, ? Are they or aren't they? What are your thoughts?
Well, sorry. I'm trying to take time to think about things before I start speaking because
Well, okay, and I guess a
sometimes I
follow-up
don't, but
while you're on it, what parallels as leaders of the folk do they share? And answer those individually or all together or whatever you would like.
yeah, hold on. Cliff just sent me the message on the side, I think. I'm gonna read it. I'm sorry guys.
Don't be.
I'm sorry all the time. It's kind of just what I
Quit
do.
being
Okay,
sorry.
leave it
You're
alone.
amazing. Cliff, answer in the meantime while she thinks on it
Yes.
and gets that answer that she's happy with.
So, first of all, Loki knows he is in trouble and is a suck up. So Loki is spreading gifts around to save his hide. That's one of the reasons why Loki is doing that. I don't know that it's any more complicated than that. But to answer the other parts of the questions anyway, Odin is king and chief of the Aesir. And by this time in cosmic time, the Aesir and Vanir have already had a war, which they fought to effectively a stalemate. But even though neither side could best the other, it was the Aesir who won that war by agreement and treaty. They agreed to stop fighting because no one was going to win. But the Vanir were adopted into the Aesir, and Nord, Freyr, and Freya were taken into the Aesir as hostages, but not, like ISIS hostages, a lot more like a fosterage of a noble person with a different family. So they are not equal. Odin and the Aesir were not able to vanquish or overcome Nord, Freya, and the Vanir. But the Vanir did acknowledge the Aesir's leadership in godliness and therefore Odin's kingship over them in that agreement. And now the part about parallels that they might share is as leader of their folk, I guess. I suppose you could look at it in a few ways that the Vanir are either vassals of the Aesir or that they are in-laws of the Aesir is how I would think about it. And both of them on good terms, not in a subjugated kind of way so much. And then Loki, as Odin's blood brother, I believe is always up to a divide and conquer kind of move. I think that almost every motivation that Loki has that we can find in our stories is malicious. It's at a minimum mischievous, but usually a lot more malevolent.
Katie, have you come to any additional stuff you'd like to add on that?
Yeah, Cliff covered it pretty well. I do believe that there are parallels between Odin and Frey in some ways because, as we acknowledge often in Asatru, our gods are not relegated to one simple facet. They're all multifaceted. There's a ton of overlap. So we also don't really believe in equality. We believe in equity, but not really equality. There are some people who are worth more than others. There are some people who are better than others. There are some people who can be on the same level but still are not equal because somebody is better at this while somebody else is better at that. But there's overlap and there's divides, and so no, Odin is the all father. He is the king of the gods. Freyr cannot stand on the same spot as Odin. I'm not saying that they don't have parallels or that or anything like that. Just they're different. They're not the same, and we can't look at everything in terms of equal, because that's just not really realistic with the way the world works. I was going to say something else too. As far as Loki goes, I do believe that Loki's very essence is chaos. It is literally what his kind do. So even if he isn't always 100% aware of the fact that he's causing chaos, it's literally what it oozes from everything he does, right? But I do believe that he's always aware of the fact that he's causing problems because he enjoys it. It's what tickles his fancy. I don't know words, but what was I saying? Sorry. Trying to create jealousy always. Trying to divide and conquer always. Why? Because he is doing his best. He is literally in his glory when everything around him is falling apart or fighting or all of that stuff, because chaos. He is chaos. And that's why he's bad. We don't like him.
There you go.
I had a thought that can demonstrate how Freyr is not Odin's equal.
Proceed.
He had to sneak up to the Lidscalf to look on it. Odin did not give him permission, and the fact that he would need permission from Odin tells you everything you need to know.
So, equality is a lie. And I know it's just turn of a phrase. I get what you're saying, but it's always a good time to make the point. There is no such thing as equality. There's not equality amongst kings. There's not equality amongst gods. There's not equality amongst emperors. There is not equality amongst twins. There is no equality. The concept of equality negates the heroic. It negates, in a way, it negates the meaning of life. We are in a constant measuring contest between ourselves and our peers, or those above or below us. And sometimes that is, to the death competition, but other times it's just friendly, trying to be the best you can be, which is awesome. That elevates all of us. But yeah, none of our gods are equal. The very concept of equality is anathema to our faith. But as far as things that are similar, I will say this: they're both gods of kings in different contexts. Most often in European cultures that I'm aware of, Odin tends to be the god of kings, but really distinctly in Sweden, Lord Freyr is the god of kings that they trace their royal lineage back to. His cult there is particularly prominent, or at least it was for a really significant time. I don't think it's the same as equality, but he is very significant, as is Lord Thor when we talk about the period that we have sagas and written information from. And there's, thoughts that at different points in our folks' history, at different regions and different places at different times, different gods had greater prominence or a greater number of worshipers. There are times when Thor is the god of the working man, and Odin is the god of nobility or of whatever else. But then you see it different at different times. The accounts of the temple at Uppsala, Lord Thor is in the middle with Odin and Freyr flanking him. I think things sort out really different. We do know from the lore, that's the reason that Odin is called the Allfather. A lot of people have these rainbow coalition diversity things. Oh, he's the father of all peoples and stuff. No, our lore makes that really specific. He's the Allfather because he's the father of the gods. in the sense that each of the gods serve him as children to their father. He has a paternal relationship to all of our gods. And again, it's not, I think that we overly literalize our lore because that's, what our minds grasp the easiest and what there's a tendency to do, as if, our gods are somehow physically copulating with other beings to create and birth gods. I don't pretend that the process of God creation is, maybe it is just that literal. Likely it might not be, but the idea that they all give familial fealty to him as though he is their father talks a little bit about the relationship in a way that I think we understand in a functional way, but also in an emotional and in a just instinctual bonds of loyalty way. But no, I think that's a really interesting question. And then what his motivations are? No, Loki's trying to not get in trouble. He messed up big, and now the gods are angry at him. So he's trying to, appease them and placate them so that they don't, exact bad punishments on him. Our gods are very good at being able to recognize chaos and bad things and reshape that towards the good or towards their purpose. And this is kind of an instance of that. There's nothing good or noble or intentional about Loki's mischief other than to sow discord and to be chaotic and to be bad. But our gods take that as an opportunity to get good things and to make things better from it, which is inspirational in and of itself. Okay. Sorry, I was having trouble reading the chat over here. There is a multi-part question, which always kind of throws me off. First, I would like to say that I took our family to our nearest Hof, Thorshof, for Sigurblot, and that it was incredible to finally participate in the AFA community. I'm glad you were able to do that. It looked like Thorshof had an amazing Sigurblot, so that's awesome, and I'm glad you were able to do that. For those who haven't done so, make it a priority to get to your local Hof and be a part of the action. It really does change you for the better. Now for my question. I waver back and forth on working with Christians for the furtherance of safeguarding the future of our folk. And a Christian recently said to me, quote, "Pagans don't really have the privilege to choose not to work with Christians. Most of the white population identifies as Christian, and if pagans can't ally with them, they have no chance," unquote. Thoughts? Hail the Iseer, hail the folk, hail the AFA. Katie, what are your thoughts on that statement by the Christian he encountered and the concept of working with Christians generally for the betterment of our folk?
Oh, sure. I don't know that it is true that we can't not work with them. I don't see what the benefit is in not working with them, though. My experience with people in Christianity is that 90% of us were raised Christians in one form or another. And when we leave Christianity, we're angry, and we treat Christianity with this animosity that may or may not be deserved. I can't say it's not. But just because a person is Christian doesn't make them a bad person. Just because Christianity is not what we are and what we want all of our folk to come home to Asatru, right? It is our birthright. It is our heritage. They should all become Asatru. But this is a thing that's going to take generations to happen. And in generations, we may not have all of our white people as Asatrus, but if we have 1,000 people who are Asatru in the next 10 years that weren't Asatru at this moment when we're talking, we're winning. It's the concept of the slow but steady. You know, we have to approach this from being Christian doesn't make people bad, and we want our folk to succeed. We want them to be Asatru, but we need them to succeed, because the more they succeed, the better chance we have of bringing them home to Asatru. That is my opinion. I think we need to stop approaching these things with animosity and anger, and start remembering that just because they practice a faith we don't believe in doesn't mean that they're not still our folk. They're still white. They still deserve to be Asatru. They still deserve to be good and to succeed until we can convince them to be Asatru. If we can't convince them, maybe we can convince their children. So we should be approaching this from a point of long-term success, I guess, if that makes sense.
Cliff,
I don't know if that answered the question, but
no, of course it
that's
does.
what I gotta say.
It absolutely does. Cliff, do you have any thoughts on that?
Always. One of my favorite topics. So, firstly, I think it's really important to note that the Christian who is giving you this advice, you already know is profoundly wrong about something very important. So their advice and input should at least be taken with a grain of salt. That said, I think that it's important to work with anyone we have commonality with, whether they're Christian or not. If they want to make the water in your town safer so that your kids can all be healthier, do that. And whether they're white or not, if you have people that have a common interest in protecting the integrity of all the peoples in the world, if they are practicing their own ethnic religion and are interested in maintaining their people the way that we want to maintain ours, there's common interest there. And if there's common interest, there can be common cause and common goals that can be beneficial to everyone. It's important that in any of those dialogues or cooperations that we don't compromise what is important for our folk while we do it. But there aren't that many of us right now. We need to lead by example. We need to be out in the world. We shouldn't isolate ourselves, because for the people that should be Asatru, they need to see us and they need to work with us and know us to have the opportunity to see how that makes us great and to see what they're missing. Not like flaunting things or making them feel bad, but I think that inherently these people have a sense that something is wrong. And if they see something so right, it's going to register eventually. So I don't think there's any problem with having common cause with those that are different from you, as long as you maintain the proper boundaries and don't compromise your own interests. And as far as we have no chance, this person is just absolutely wrong. They're a victim. We are victors. Choose the side of victory.
Random thing over on the side. Human Slayer talked about he could have gone for a visit to Sigerbloat, but he's had stuff come up, whatever. Got an opportunity still. If you can make it out to Tennessee, we'd love to see you there. You should come out. I'd love to meet you. It'd be awesome. Make it happen if you can. On to the question at hand. It's all situational. We have to play the hand that we're dealt. If there was some fictitious, while Christians are slaughtering our ancestors and it's 950 or something, should we team up to do something? Maybe not. It's not the time that we live in. Most Christians don't know we exist. You specifically use the term pagans. That's what your Christian friend said. Most people that would call themselves pagans are purple-haired, gender ambiguous, mentally deranged perverts. And I wouldn't want to make common cause with those people either. We're still establishing our fame. We don't do that well by foregoing opportunities to be victorious. Don't compromise your principles and don't compromise who you are, absolutely. But if we need to unite for the interests of our race and for our children and our families, we can certainly make common cause with them. We have much more in common with conservative Christians than we do with, progressive atheists that want to destroy us. Don't miss opportunities to be successful for no reason. Our folk have a moth to the flame tendency to atomize into ever smaller groups, and that's how we lose all the time. Standing together with other people of different beliefs for the greater benefit of our racial interests as a people and to oppose various forms of ethnic cleansing that face us. And I don't think that's too strong of a word. I think it is a slow ethnic cleansing and not a fast one. That's absolutely something worthy to do and think about. There's ways to do it in a dignified way versus, giving in. And the other thing that I think is an interesting thing to ponder, most of those Christians don't know we exist, but if they're our folk, they can come home to Ásatrú, and a big step of that is by seeing that we are noble and dignified people. Us taking losses just because we're stubborn doesn't help build our fame. Us being proud of who we are, not giving in on our core values, and participating alongside our brothers and sisters that have yet to come home, that builds a powerful reputation for us. And I think there's a benefit in doing that. I'll say this. I had a really nice conversation yesterday at the park with two Mormon elders. Say elders, they were in their early 20s, but they were on their mission and they have the title from their church to be elders. And we talked for about 45 minutes. It was really cool, honestly. I gave them AFA cards and they asked me they offered for me to join their faith and I offered for them to join ours. But the rest of it was, hey, what do you guys do? And me like, hey, tell me about, Jesus in the Americas or whatever. Like we talked for like 45 minutes. It was a really good conversation. Hopefully they're listening to the show right now. If they are, hey guys, appreciated talking to you yesterday. Don't know that they are, but I invited them to. Being proud of who we are and interacting and not just being hostile is nice, especially with folks that maybe didn't know this was a thing. That's those opportunities to awaken our folk and bring them home. Something that our founder, Steve McNallen, talked about and still talks about is the idea of an ingathering of the folk and bringing the folk home. So many of our people that should be here I'll put it this way. So many of our people that will be here 10 years from now are staunch Christians at this very moment. They don't know we exist. They're doing the best they can with what they had. I'll say from my vantage point, I tried really hard to be the best Christian I could be. I didn't know this was an option. It seems so silly in retrospect, but I didn't know we had options. I'm not a Jew. I'm not, Middle Eastern, so I can't be a Muslim. That must mean I have to be Christian. So I tried the best I could. I realize how silly that was now, but I didn't then. And I hope that a great many of our brothers and sisters will come home. But they can't do that if they don't know about us, and they won't know about us if we hide and are insulated and refuse to participate in the world. So take every chance you can to build your reputation in a positive way and to build the reputation of our gods and our church. I waxed over long on that. Anyways, so Nick reminds me, wherever you are hearing this or seeing this right now, disregard this if you don't like it. If you disapprove, then that's fine. Keep that to yourself. But if you do like it, like, share, and subscribe. Sounds cheesy. We say it all the time, but it really does. It helps the algorithm. It helps all the stuff. As I was kind of saying a second ago, the biggest hindrance we have to growth is simply that so many of our folk don't know we exist. The way things are curated currently, it is harder for us to break through and get our message out to the, hundreds of millions of our brothers and sisters that should be here. You guys liking, sharing, subscribing, do all those algorithm things, but also word of mouth. Tell your family, tell your friends. Maybe this is spiritually enlightening. Maybe it's entertaining. Maybe it's educational. Any of those things. We'd love to have everybody come and give it a listen, ask questions. Spread the word. We appreciate it. Also, if you're listening to this, if you're a member of the Asatru Folk Assembly, awesome, thank you. If you're not, why not? There's a lot of people out there that, hey, this is pretty cool, maybe one day. And I challenge you, make one day today. If you like this, if you agree with us, if you're a heterosexual white person, come home to Ásatrú. Let's win together. We'd love to have you here with us. We'd love to have your family with us. And we've got amazing things that we can accomplish together. So formally, we invite you to come home. Give it some thought.
We got a lot of kids for your kids to play with, too.
Absolutely. So from Scott, does the AFA feel that numerology has a place in modern Ásatrú? What's your thoughts, Gyðja?
So I know next to nothing about numerology. It's never been a thing I was interested in because it didn't strike me as being very Ásatrú. But I know that Witten Facet does do cartomancy, which is doing fortune telling with a deck of playing cards. So she believes very much in the number thing. But that's a question really that I'd suggest reaching out to her if you want to talk about, because like I said, it never seemed Ásatrú to me, so I never really cared, and I wasn't super into a lot of the different kinds of divinations. So I don't know anything about it.
What are your thoughts on the orthodoxy or not of Ásatrú numerology?
So I think it's tangential. There are numbers that have special or sacred value. 3, 9, 12 come to mind. I don't know that this is specifically a numerology related thing, but the golden ratio is really important in all things nature. I'm sure that the Vanir have something to do with that. I think that, if one were to practice numerology in relation to Ásatrú, which I know some people do, I also I'm not one of them. I'm not very knowledgeable on it, but it would make sense to me to key in on numbers that we can find in our lore. I think the 3, 9, and 12 are obvious, but you could go with the 500 doors that Valhalla has, or the 800 men that can pass through simultaneously. There are significant numbers that I'm sure can be worked with. There's 3 ets, there's 8 runes in each et, there's 24 runes, there's each rune you could give a numeric value based on its et and position. So while I'm not knowledgeable on it, I think that it has its place. Magic has a place in Asatru, and at its core, numerology is a kind of magic. So I don't think it's inappropriate.
Can I add something, Matt?
No.
Great.
Yes, please do.
For what it's worth, I personally do believe in divination as a very useful tool. We use runes. Almost all of the people I know who are Asatru have cast the runes before with the intention of receiving some kind of message from it. I personally enjoy osteomancy, which is bones. I only use like 2 bones though. All of the rest of it is little trinkets. The point is, we know that divination is a tool that our ancestors used. Kings used to reach out to people to have the bones thrown for them, or the runes, the staves, or whatever. So divination is a thing, and if numerology is a form of divination that is practical for some people to use, I don't see why it would be inappropriate to use. I don't know how. I lost my literally in the middle of my thought. I lost it, which is a very common occurrence for me. But divination, if we recognize as being a real thing, then I guess numerology can't be discounted, right?
If you're throwing the bones and you only use 2 bones, does that mean that 2 of whatever kind of bones, or are there particular bones you use? I'm really first, this may sound funny or odd or whatever. I will get to the whys here in a second. I've never done that, so I'm kind of curious. Is there a particular type of bone that you use for that? When you say 2 bones, is that like a femur and a phalange, or is it you just do 2 bones at a time, or whatever kind of bone they are? It's a serious question.
I know. So when I say I use 2 bones, I mean I only have 2 bones in my. I call it a deck. It's not a deck. It's a little box of trinkets. I didn't have access
Ask it, if you will.
Yes. I didn't have access to a whole lot of bones, and I was putting together my kit for throwing. So I have little objects instead. I have a tooth from my dead cat, and I had a piece of a tail from, I think it was a mouse or something, but I used to have 2 bones. I still have the cat tooth. I think I've lost the mouse tail piece. But no, when you can do, a lot of people who are doing osteomancy in particular, it's throwing objects. So I have like a button and a little, I have like 15 things in my thing. So when I throw, each item has a different meaning. If I were using just bones, I'd have to choose bones that looked dissimilar enough that I could ascribe a meaning to each one. And then how it falls when you throw them and where it falls and all that stuff kind of create the message. But no, just 2 bones would not be enough. You need to have a minimum of 5 objects in order to be able to throw to read a message. 2 bones won't tell you anything. There's just not enough there.
If you need bones, we have a bag of bones that you can use.
We do now, but they're too big. They're like the big bones. You need little bones for bone throwing.
I think that's cooler, big ones, but
okay.
Yes, and I could go on and on. It's a thing I feel passionately about, but
no, it's really
at another time maybe.
It's really interesting. So, numerology stuff, I will admit ignorance on numerology related things. I don't know, is it divinatory? Is it the same as sacred geometry? I don't know about the sacred maths. So, a couple of things. First, if it's something you're interested in for numerical relationship to Ásatrú practice, I know that Edred Thorson has written on that, and I'm trying to think of. I want to say rune lore, maybe the rune magic, the rune caster's handbook. I want to say in one of those two. And you should buy those because they're awesome and because they're kind of fundamental to our rune practice. But he goes into a lot of numerical significance in a way that I don't really relate to, but you might. I don't think that's illegitimate. I think a lot of things depend on what the practitioner puts into it. I think that most forms of divination, if that's what you're doing, and it might not be, the significance comes from, like, there has to be a medium, there has to be a context that you can use to, as a lens to translate your interpretations, what you're receiving, your insight into things. For a lot of people in our practice, that's runic. But to our ancestors in different branches of our faiths, there were folks that would throw the bones. There were people that would scry. There were people that were horospecs, and they would read entrails. Somebody mentioned in the chat, but the observance of flocks of birds or of special horses. There were a lot of different contexts to do that. And I think in a way, it's kind of like a Rorschach test in the sense that you are using something to overlay or to contextualize some loud, like Disney operatic music going on. It's not on.
Sorry, I thought cool. I muted it. The kids were watching the Amazing Panda Adventure, I think it is, where some white kid goes and saves a panda in China. So I didn't realize that's not cool. Muted. Sorry.
Maybe Aubrey needs to check it out. But it is not muted at present. It might be now. No, but what I was just going to say is a lot of that is a context you use to make sense and to organize your understanding of what you're receiving. And that's the most clumsy way to describe it. Please don't. There are people that are able to express it a lot more eloquently than I am. But most of those tools that you use for any kind of divination is the Vitki or the Gothi uses that as a lens by which to interpret their understanding or their received knowledge about whatever they're trying to understand. And I think for people that connect well doing that with numbers, that's probably a very useful thing. That's not something that I utilize, but the idea of connecting that with Asatru isn't new. It isn't something that hasn't been thought of. And Edred Thorson is one who put pen to paper on some of that. So hopefully that's helpful. And I think, like I said, Runecaster's Handbook or Rune Lore, but I couldn't be certain on which. I could check it out after the program. I might and send you a message. We'll see. What's next? Did you address when you think we'll get Freyshof? We did not. Cliff, what would you like to say as your prediction of when we might get Freyshof?
I'm optimistic that it will be very soon. I am extremely confident it will be this year. I think that's as much as I can say without without diminishing our luck in the matter. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but we are very busy on it, and I think everyone will be very excited very soon.
Katie, do you have anything to add to that timeline or to adjust or to contextualize that will not result in domestic intranquility?
I'm a furred. I'm a furred. I can't. No. Nope.
I didn't say domestic violence. I implied it, but I didn't say it.
I'm sorry.
You are muted.
I know. I'm so bad. Whatever.
That's to not incur your wrath, Cliff.
It looked funny.
I forget that people can see my face, so I'm sitting over here going, "Oh, you're making faces," and then I remember
that's awesome. It adds to the show. It adds to the show.
Yeah, it adds something.
Also, wherever you're staying looks awesome. It looks like it's got the cool, like, raw wood, like, cabin feel to it. I'm a little bit jealous. That looks awesome.
My sister's house is kind of cool, and her property is even cooler. So
good for you, Katie's sister.
Yeah, I know. I'm jealous of her, but I like our house and where we live, so not that jealous. Just a little.
Yeah, what Cliff said. So, yes, we're playing some of our cards close to the vest because we've got to behind the scenes to make sure things work out the way that we'd like to. One of the pieces of advice in the Have 'em All is to, praise the ice once it's crossed. So we don't want to, as I guess the common colloquialism is, we don't want to count our chickens before they're hatched. We are very excited about where we're at currently, and I think we'll have really, really cool news for you relatively soon. I am very hopeful that we'll be able to have Freyshof by the end of the year, and I will do everything in my power to try to make that happen. We're all very committed to it, and we all have reason to be pretty excited. When we're able to, we'd like to, fully share with everybody, and we will all celebrate together. But I will tell you this, as Cliff said earlier in the broadcast, we have daily conversations going on just about, certainly many times a week. We have plans and we have backup plans. Something that's really important to me personally. I mentioned earlier that so much of what goes into this is, the will of the gods and things. And so it's really cool. So we just about every day, my daughter and I, when we're getting ready for the day, we light some incense, we light the candles. She really likes going all out with all the candles, and we pray. And one of the things that we frequently ask is we put forth our plans and we ask that Lord Frey, if he approves of what we're trying for, that he blesses it with success, and that he lets us know if that's not what he'd like, and that we hope that it does him honor and makes him proud. And it's cool because we do it so often that sometimes she'll start talking and want to do it herself, and she'll say words to that very same effect. That's what we're trying really hard for, but I believe really strongly, and it's always been my position as a leader in the AFA, is to, if plans don't work out, I don't want it to be because we didn't have our ducks in a row. So I try to make sure we have a number of plans cooking at a time to where we have backups. And my typical plan that I like to do, and I can't say this is in place, I think we have, at least in my head, I have double redundancy on this. I don't know that I currently have triple redundancy but triple redundancy is what I like to have on all the AFA plans, just in case. I can't always get there, but that's certainly what I shoot for. So we've got some irons in the fire, and I'm very confident we'll have some really cool news for you guys soon.
And I will
Last thing
reiterate,
I
he
would
is
wanna
not
do-
pressing for triplication of redundancy.
As one of the people I push on often for that is something we believe in.
I wouldn't want to tease something and have us not be able to follow through on it. Like if I said, well, it's going to be tomorrow, and then it doesn't happen, that's going to be really disappointing, not just to me, but to so many people. And that it's just not the right way to do things. So,
And as Emilio Estevez said, as Billy the Kid, there's many a slip twixt a cup and a lip. And again, one praise the ice when it's crossed. And Young Guns is an awesome movie. If you haven't seen it, you should see it because it's wonderful. Also, Young Guns 2 is really good. It's not as good as the first one, but you should still watch it. So next question. This one, we've got it. So I'll put this out there as a plug now. A number of our questions tonight come from different sources. If you are not able to watch this live, at any time, you can email vns@runestone.org, and we're happy to answer your question in the next episode that we have. So we appreciate that everybody can't watch it live. It's always kind of a challenge to pick when to do it because we've got members in 12 different countries currently. There's no perfect time. People work different shifts. People have different stuff. What's cool is you can always, watch the backlog of these on all of the places that we have it, on YouTube, on Odyssey, on other stuff. And you can listen to it on where we get your podcasts, on Spotify, on iHeartRadio, on Apple Podcasts, on a bunch of different things. So yeah, if you got a question, ask whenever you want, and we will get to it. And I appreciate all the questions, and I appreciate our audience wherever they're at. And I think Rumble we're on. We're on a bunch of different stuff. I apologize. Yay, there's the graphic. We're on Twitch. We're on Twitter live right now. I know that we're on there. That's silly. I've even looked on there while we've been on this broadcast. We're live on VK as well. Thank you to our audience wherever you find us, and apologize if I spaced your preferred platform. So this question comes in, again, I think it was emailed to one of our contact things at one of our websites. Hello, all. Hope your evening is going well. I was curious, what separates a Gothar from a Witten? It would be a Gothi or a Gythia. Gothar is a plural. It's like priests. What separates a Gothi from a Witten? And is it years of service as one of the clergy, or do Wittens go through extra training? Thank you for all that you do. All right. So I could put this out to the field, but I'm just going to answer it because I'm the guy that elevates people to the Witten. So I think that's kind of the horse's mouth on it. It's a couple of things. Certainly years of service factors into it. There was a time where our folk builders were a separate thing from our Gothar. Now that's kind of a linear progression of things. But the original Witten that I called up was not ordained clergy per se, but were people that had worked very hard for the building and maintaining and running of the Asatru Folk Assembly. Just so happens on this broadcast, Cliff's been with me since the beginning, certainly the beginning of my time as Allsherjargoði. But for, about 2 years prior to becoming Allsherjargoði, Cliff was about 1/4 of the operational capacity of the Asatru Folk Assembly. So when I decided to establish the Witten, Cliff was one of those first no-brainer, I need to have him with me if he wanted to serve in that capacity guys. And his elevation there was because of his consistent and over and above sharing the burden of running the AFA and making it work. And he has faithfully served in that capacity, my entire period as Allsherjargoði, and has earned a lot of appreciation, a lot of reputation, and a lot of attention of the gods in doing so. As far as subsequent people, one of the deciding things, it's not just years in office, because there's people that spend those years at different levels of engagement, depending on their personal situation, on their job, on their family, on, a variety of things. But the Witten is entirely called up at my discretion as a council of wise men and lady who I want their voice and their assistance in making the crucial decisions for the governance of the Asatru Folk Assembly, and their help in shouldering that burden. And now that the requirement is that you be an ordained Gothi in order to get to that level. Because again, our organizational tree is linear now as opposed to many different paths, because we are a church, we're a religious organization, so it's not like there needs to be a laity and then there an ecclesiastic path. No, they should all run up one pathway that way. There's a lot of people that could be great choices for that, but the choices of people that get there are either due to an overwhelming expertise or to an overabundance of hard work, or ideally a combination of both of those things. But also, somebody who is, it's not just about how much somebody does, and it's not just about their capacity to do. It's about both of those things, but also about trusted loyalty to what we're doing and a shared commitment to our success and to our future. Cliff mentioned at the very beginning of this broadcast, when we start reminiscing about the good old days and about lots of things, there are a lot of people who will shine very, very bright and then they'll burn out. There are a lot of people who, for a variety of reasons, will do a whole lot for us and then will disappear. So a certain amount of longevity of being loyal and being people whose vision and commitment is a good match for building our Asatru Folk Assembly moving forward. So it's a lot of those things combined and making a reasonable decision out of that, of the, the folks that have earned that much trust, that much, preeminence in that decision. And I feel like adding more words, but I don't think it gets any closer. I think it's the best I have there. Again, it's a complex decision, but I'm really proud of the men that are in that spot and the woman that's in that spot currently. Can I build my own Hof? Cliff, I suppose, can anybody build their own Hof?
No, I don't think so. I think that it is appropriate to build spaces to honor our gods. One can erect shrines, one can erect god poles. You can have a designated sacred space on your property that is used exclusively for worship. But I don't think it's appropriate to call those Hofs, because a Hof is a temple, and a temple is not just it's not just a personal worship space. It is not just a place where you and your family pray or make offerings. It is where people come, sometimes from very far away, to worship a god or gods, and to make sacrifices and to make offerings to them. I think it's really important that Asatru, as a legitimate religion, has priests that preside over those offerings and those services, and that we have full legal recognition, and that we have all the responsibilities and benefits that come with that. At our Hofs, we prioritize giving back to the community. The number one way that we do that is by our food pantries. But there are also other community activities that we get engaged in. We want to very much be part of the communities where we are present. We want them to be a place that our folk know they can go to if they have a trouble or a need. We want them to have regular religious services. We want them to have religious education. We want them to do all the things that an ancient or classical temple would do, and everything that your modern neighborhood church would do for our people. And I don't think that it's something that someone can do by, building a really nice shrine to a god in their backyard. But you should do that too. Like, that's not a bad thing to do. I just don't think that it rises to the level of a Hof.
So it's an interesting question. I certainly agree with everything Cliff said. Like, can you build a Hof? Depends on what that means. First, I don't know your technical skill level, so I'll take the technical answer. I don't know if you can build a Hof or not. I can't build a Hof. I can make a Hof happen, but I can't build a Hof. But realistically, there are a lot of people that will get a shed. I say a lot of people. No, there's a handful of people that would get like a shed. You know those sheds that you see outside of Home Depot that are built already that you can get? They'll get one of those and they'll dress it up and they'll call it a Hof. That's not really a Hof. That's a stolly, perhaps. It's really cool if you get any kind of a structure and you turn that into a covered worship space to honor our gods. That's awesome. That's a great thing to do. And it's a really special thing to do. A Hof's something different. A Hof is something that regular people would understand as a house of worship. And that rises to a little different standard. And can you do that? Maybe. I think it's a lot of people say they're gonna do that. I've been hearing, I'm gonna build my own Hof and it's gonna be better than all your Hofs. And I've heard that a lot, yet I look around and I don't see these amazing Hofs. So I think that it takes a lot more economic commitment than people think it does. But one of the things about getting Hofs that's interesting, for a long time, the idea of getting a Hof was elusive. Like, we couldn't put the money together to get one Hof. That was really, really hard to come by. But now that we have been blessed with a certain amount of success, the money for the Hof isn't the hard part. It's the commitment to maintain a Hof, because you could buy a Hof, or you could have the material ability to construct a Hof. But it's not just the building of the Hof, but it's the spiritual maintenance of having that Hof be active, having the gods be worshiped there regularly, having the gift cycle be maintained, taking care of the Hof and not letting it go into disrepair or go into ruin. There's a lot that goes into a Hof that one may not think does from the outset. I would never deny our gods worship due to trying to force everyone to do it the AFA way. I think they should do it the AFA way. And I believe the Aesir approve of them doing it the AFA way. Could someone else technically erect a Hof and supply it with regular worship and take care of it? I suppose possibly, but I think we'd all be better served if that was done through the Asatru Folk Assembly, through the way that we are currently being blessed by the gods with being successful at. If all of the energy that individuals wanted to put in building their own Hof were put towards the next AFA Hof, I think we would have several more Hofs than we have right now at present. And I think that would be the best and most responsible way to apply your desires for Hofs for our gods, is to put that effort or that money or whatever that might be that you have into future AFA Hofs. And I always tell everybody when they say they want a Hof close to them, your fastest route to a Hof in wherever you might live is to help us get the Hof that we want in Western Pennsylvania or Eastern Ohio. Helping us get Freyshof is the quickest way to get a Hof in Texas, or the quickest way to get a Hof in Nova Scotia, or wherever you are. The quickest way to get a Hof where you are is to help with the current AFA plan for a Hof. And I hope that becomes I know that's an audacious thing for me to put out there, but I hope it becomes more and more reasonable the more Hofs we get. Brandy says, each Hof seems to have its own personality, in quotes. What do you think the focus of Freyshof culture will lean on, Cliff?
Well, so first I want to share with everyone that Gyðja Katie says good night. She had to get to bed. And that's a shame, because this question is ideal for her. But I know it pretty well, so I think I can handle the question. So I know for a fact that, and first, to all of my friends at the other Hofs, when I say that we're going to focus on something, don't take that to mean that you don't already do a good job at it. These are just things that we want to do at Freyshof. Katie wants there to be a very strong frith and hospitality culture. It's really important that when people come to Freyshof, that they immediately feel welcome, and that they are well fed, that they have a place to hang their hat and their coat, that they have a place that they can come in and be warm. We I don't know, maybe we will have a fireplace, probably not, looking at most of these properties, but if there is a hearth, we would welcome them to come warm themselves by it. If not that, we'll at least make sure that the climate control is set at a nice, comfortable level, the modern equivalent of a hearth. We want it to really be warm and welcoming to people. We want people to be comfortable there. We want it to be more than just a place of worship. We want it to be some place that the people of Freyshof district can come and, you know, be a community. We really want that community hall to have a lot of use, you know. We want there to be a lot of children's activities. Ideally, we'll be able to have, you know, some classrooms or a playroom or something like that. And some of the properties we've looked at do have options for these things. You know, I want there to be social activities, you know, a poker night, or once we get a little older, a bingo night, or, you know, a board game night, Axis and Allies night, whatever fun things people want to get into. I want to encourage that kind of thing. So, you know, maybe we'll start a board game collection or something like that, you know. Something that has been talked about in Pennsylvania and Ohio for a really long time, going back at least to when Katie and I moved to Western Pennsylvania from the Philadelphia area, and I think going back farther than that, both in Ohio and in Eastern Pennsylvania when I was there. We would very much like for there to be a library at Freyshof. And I encourage other Hofs to beat us to the punch. If you never thought of it and want to steal the idea, go ahead and do it. But I think it would be a really good thing to have some of the harder to find works that are important to our religion available to people. Whether it's a lending library or not, I don't know. Some of those books may be hard to come by and hard to replace. So it may be more of a, you know, you can work in the library at a desk if you need to do something. You know, maybe we start to digitize those things if we get our hands on stuff like that. And that none of that stuff is free. So this is all long-term thinking. These are aspirational goals that I think should exist. Making them happen is going to take time and effort and money, of course.
Point of fact, we have a small library at Odin's Hof.
Fantastic. Do people use it?
Not at all.
That's a shame. Use your library, Odin's Hof. It's a blessing. It's a treasure.
Okay, so yes, I use it.
Okay.
We've had some people that have donated interesting things there that I haven't seen other places. I have made use of that. We've tried to make it more or less available to members over the years, and I don't think it's gotten much use, but we do try to have it there. So it is something that we've worked on.
Awesome. I know the Asatru Folk Assembly wants this on the whole, but if we can help to make it happen or move it forward at Freyshof, we really want to incorporate music into our ritual and into our community. So, you know, a lot of churches that we look at, they may come with some kind of sound system or built-in speakers, or, you know, they may come with a piano or something, stuff like that. We want to try to really leverage into making things happen and encourage people to bring in their own instruments and to, you know, to add to it. And something really specific to Freyr that we want to do at a Freyshof, if we get a property that is suitable for it, we want there to be a community garden, and we want there to be fruit-bearing trees. Now, that depends on acreage, of course. If we don't get green space, then, you know, we may have to scale it down, and, you know, maybe we get a place that has lots of classrooms but no outside space, and we got to turn one of those rooms into, you know, an indoor potted plant kind of garden. But I think it's really important at a temple to Freyr that we have living plants there, that we, you know, that we try to honor Freyr and, you know, the Vanir in a way that that is specific to them. You know, the Aesir and the Vanir are united, and the Aesir are the gods of order, but growth and fertility is really important, and we want to try to make that manifest as a way of devotional worship long term. There's some other ideas that I know Katie and I have talked about extensively that I won't share, because I want there to be some fun surprises at dedication or through the years as we implement them.
Cliff, did you ever read, I think it was called something like Frey, the God of the World?
No, but I should. It sounds like.
Who wrote that? It was likely somebody that's not necessarily on our team, but it was a fairly devotional, and it was a book that I read very early on in Asatru, and I'm trying to remember who wrote it. I don't believe I still have a copy, but it talked about, you know, keeping with order, but him being such a god of, you know, the abundance of the world here in Midgard around us. I just thought of that at random, but I didn't know if that was something that you were familiar with or not.
No, but I would like to become familiar with it. And you know, going back to kind of the
yes,
Nick has found it.
Well done, Nick.
Yeah,
thank you, Nicholas. I appreciate you.
You know,
I was gonna guess that, but I didn't want to sound silly if I was wrong. I don't know her affiliation. I would highly bet she's not on the team.
96 pages. It's nothing. It's not going to be anything revolutionary, but you never know.
Have you read it? I read it. It was nice at the time. I don't think it. I think it's.
I'm thinking like Fundraising is like 5,000 pages.
I recall it being devotional in nature, which was cool of it.
Well, and speaking of devotional in nature, you know, something that I would like to establish a tradition of, which, you know, is important to me, is, you know, almost all of the Freyfaxi bloats that I have led, you know, they incorporate bringing stuff from one's own garden or something that someone has made of their own productivity, literally bringing produce. If it's not a tomato or an apple or an ear of corn, then bringing, you know, something that someone made and you know, offering that back to Frey. I tell my son Owen, like, okay, now when we have Freyfaxi at our home next month, we're going to pick 2 tomatoes, and the best one we're giving to Frey. The second best one is going to be where we get seeds for next year. And the rest of them we can think about eating, but those first 2 things have to come, you know, first and second, I guess, if it's 2. But I you know, being able to do that on premises at a temple dedicated to Frey, I think would be really special. Plus, it'll have benefits in the kitchen when we're feeding those people we want to be hospitable to. So, you know,
there you have it.
And more. I mean, this is totally a topic for Katie. She has grand plans of how to make the culture of that place strong in frith and hospitality in particular.
She tapped out. She had the audacity to want to go to sleep managing those 2 young kids of yours.
I will tease one thing that I don't think will diminish our luck or tempt any fate or anything like that. You know, when we were talking earlier about the naming order of our Hofs, something that occasionally people ask about is, you know, when the heck are Frigg and Freya going to get their honor? You know, we have 4 temples to gods now. When is there going to be a temple to a goddess? And the answer is not for a while, because the first that will be 13 and 14, right? So, you know, hopefully that's within a decade, but that's quite a few Hofs down the line. So it's going to be a little while. So we have a Frigg's Hof and Freya's Hof, but we definitely are going to make sure that both Freya and Gerd get their recognition in some place in this temple. There will be a place for devotion to those goddesses. So
that's something to consider we live in a grumpy time where the question is always, well, why don't you do X? Well, how come you're doing that instead of this? A lot of that's a product of the time in which we live. And I know that different people, for different reasons, well, why is my god or goddesses not getting the next thing? I'd ask everybody to rise above that, because I think that if your preference were getting the next one, then you would have people on the other side wondering, well, how come this or how come that? There's probably hundreds of right ways to do it, but we have a particular right way that we have asked for divine guidance in setting out, that we're doing with the very best of intentions, and that so far is being blessed. We're trying to get there. We have currently plans for 14 Hofs, 4 of which we've completed plans on. We'll get there, and there's none of us who don't wish that all of our gods and goddesses don't have the most amazing Hofs. We're working hard to make that happen. So if the god or goddess that is particularly meaningful to you that you want to see a Hof happen for, just like I said on an earlier question, if you want Freya to have a Hof, the best way to get her a Hof is to make sure her brother has his Hof. And that's a commitment. Like, I will do that for the rest of my life. And if in the rest of my life I can accomplish all 14 of these Hofs, then by that time we will figure out what the next steps are. But I will keep trying to get Hofs and the very best worship for our gods and our goddesses for the entirety of the rest of my life. I promise you that. We will get there. That said, has there been thought of what Freyshof Hof hero will be? Cliff, what do you want to divulge on that?
So we had, I mean, a lot with many things related to Freyshof, we started thinking about that stuff literally when Njordshof was dedicated, especially up in these parts. You know, Katie and I, and Matt, and our Witten as well. But I mean, you know, Katie and I are like hyper invested in this, right? We've been thinking about it for a very long time, and I can tease this much: the Freyshof hero is already determined. I'm not going to tell you tonight, but we know who that person is going to be, and we intend on doing things to make the devotional area for that person very special and particular.
So, Sarah, the answer is yes.
That's the short answer. I don't like the short answer, though. This is a show. We're trying to both entertain and inform.
Yes, and it will be exciting. Yes, and they are very worthy of having their shrine there and them being a Hof hero.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, we're very excited to dedicate a shrine to them. Matt Bean, our champion donor, has a question. Thank you so much, sir, for all that you've done for us. Very much appreciated. One of the guys that's absolutely getting one of these horns. Maybe this is jumping ahead, but are there long-term thoughts about dedicating Hofs to other goddesses besides Freya and Frigga? Thoughts, yes. Firm plans, no. Our goddesses are recorded and celebrated differently in our lore. They are listed out in the Gylfaginning in a particular way. Some are the Ausignur, and some are Himmelvarder. as far as heavenly wardens. And what we want to do with that hasn't really been decided, but thought has been given to it. A great many of them are described as the handmaidens of Frigg. And I think there is an importance to that. What we'll do as far as individual Hofs or just how that works out remains to be seen, but it is something we've given thought to, and it's something we're currently considering. And if you have particular thoughts on it or something you want to express, let us know. Let me know next time you see me at the Hof. Write us, let us know, because it is something that we're thinking on, and it's something that we're praying on and trying to figure out. So if that were to happen, it would happen after Hof 14. It'd be Hof 15 and on. But if you have thoughts, or, you know, if you're strongly moved on something like that, let me know. Oh, where are we at next? Oh, so next question was how many members does the AFA have? I answered it earlier, but somebody applied while we were on this broadcast. So 728. Pam asks, when you are with a Christian and they are praying, when they close the prayer, they say Amen. How should I, as Ásatrú, the question, okay, how should I, as Ásatrú, is it wrong to say Amen, or should I not say Amen? I believe Amen is a Hebrew word meaning like, so shall it be, or something. Am I correct in that, Cliff? I think you might know the answer to this really perfectly.
It means like truly, or it is so, something like that. And it is Hebrew, so you should not say it.
No, don't say Jew stuff. And honestly, that's all it is. It is a foreign word saying, you know, like affirming the prayer that's been offered. If it is a Christian prayer to their God, I would not affirm it. As an Ásatrú, it is typical for us to substitute hail as the thing to say at the end. Doesn't really mean exactly the same thing, isn't really necessary, but it's kind of culturally, and I don't know, I have no way of knowing if our ancestors did this or not. In the modern age where we are accustomed to a bookend, blah, 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 amen, we have taken it as our custom to, when we give prayer, to end it with, you know, hail, or hail the Aesir, or bookending it with something that way. And it doesn't mean the same thing as in, you know, like so shall it be, or whatever, but it does end with a affirmation or a wish of wholeness and elevation to the Aesir. So we often end it, you know, hail the Aesir, or just a hail, you know, wishing, you know, as in a toast when you wish someone well, or you know, add that kind of a bookend to it. I would refrain from saying Jewish stuff whenever, especially in this case, as it's kind of a Hebrew charm, as it were. But yeah, if you're doing an Ásatrú prayer and you feel the need for a, you know, exclamation point on it, hail tends to be what we do. Cliff, do you have any additional thoughts on that?
Yeah, I do. So the question is sort of specifically when you are with a Christian and they are praying and they close the prayer and say amen. So there's a few different contexts, like when you are with a Christian and they're praying. If you are at like a public assembly where, you know, they open with a prayer, you know, I mean, sometimes they even do that at, you know, sporting events or, you know, maybe at your kid's school function or something like that. I mean, you know, you want to be respectful. I don't think that it's appropriate or important to, you know, make a spectacle of yourself or to be disrespectful to what people are doing. But I would not say, like Matt mentioned, it's a charm. There's a specific intent and power in the word amen, which is not just, you know, I mean, partly it means like, I believe that this is true. And if you don't, you shouldn't say it. But it's also like when we say good luck as Asatru, we should be really careful with that. Because really what you're doing is giving someone a piece of your luck, and you shouldn't be so free with that. And you shouldn't be so free with affirming things of another religion. At the same time, you don't, you know, I wouldn't suggest, you know, if you are, you know, don't be disrespectful to what they're doing. I would simply, you know, be respectfully quiet and say nothing. I think that would be the best thing to do in a situation like that. I mean, you know, we all have Christian family members, I think. And so I've been to, you know, Christian weddings, Christian baptisms, which are, you know, a little bit more tricky. I don't really want that to happen. But it's also the naming right for someone in our family. So I don't want to not be there for something like that. So, you know, if you're at a Christian wedding or a baptism of, you know, like your cousin's children or something like that, you know, the way that I handle these things is I dress properly. You know, I sit and stand, but I don't kneel. So at the appropriate times, I sit and I stand. I don't say the prayers though. And then, you know, I enjoy the time with my family at, you know, what is a celebration of a new life or the celebration of a new family and a marriage. And those are things that we should be, you know, attending and witnessing and affirming, even if the religious part of it isn't correct, isn't what is the most healthy. Because much like with cooperating with people who are Christians, we're not going to show our families and our friends that we know something that is going to help them be more healthy by, by being assholes about it, frankly. So, you know, we want to be there for these important moments in their lives and be someone they can rely on, while not compromising our beliefs. You know, another thing that comes up sometimes, which people can find tricky, is the Pledge of Allegiance. I find it fairly simple. I just pluralize God to gods in that, and I can say the Pledge of Allegiance in a sporting event or, you know, in a courtroom or wherever these things come up, and, you know, don't feel like it compromises my faith. I haven't been put in a position to, you know, have to give sworn testimony and be asked to swear on a Bible or anything like that. But I think we do need to be consciously aware not to do things that are affirming of not our religion, but always in a respectful way.
Well done. Thank you for covering there. I had to go give my daughter a hug and a kiss, tell her good night. Yeah, don't participate in Hebrew prayers, but that's not the same as being disrespectful. There is very much a way to be quiet and respectful that's not the same as bowing your head and saying amen. And it seems like a really fine line, but it's really important that we be intentional about the things that we do. We need to be intentional about our proactive worship, and we need to be intentional in the things that we choose not to participate in. But that's a really good question. And I think when we're in a habit of doing that all the time, it's an interesting it's something that I think a lot of people wonder or have a question about. So I'm glad that you asked the question.
Something I want to add to another common situation that comes up will be a meal blessing, right? You're at a family member's house and they say grace because they always do it. You know, be quiet and respectful and don't say the charm, but there's no reason to make a big deal out of it. You know, they're not doing anything wrong when they do that, at least not so wrong that you're going to affect positive change by stirring the pot. But also expect the same in return. When they come to your home and you bless the meal with an Asatru prayer, if they start to do things that are inappropriate, you call them on it, and you ask that at a minimum they sit there in quiet respect while you bless the meal. Otherwise, they can leave.
That's really important, and I think people are hesitant to do it. If it's just your family's thing that you guys don't do any of that, I get that. I'm not saying that's the best course of action, but I get some kind of neutral no blessing. But if you're expected to be respectful and quiet for a meal blessing to Jesus or whatever, then they should also extend the same courtesy to you when you do a meal blessing. They don't need to, hail our gods or whatever else they do, but they can be respectful and be quiet and respect your table and what you're doing. Or if not, the conversation needs to be had and an understanding needs to be reached. And that's, I think, an appropriate thing to ask from everybody. There is a fine line. Don't be obnoxious. There's a rebelliousness of I don't know. Either when someone is new to our faith, they need to denounce whatever Jewish nonsense that their parents are doing or whatever. That's not necessary. But there's the other tendency to just not say anything to try to not bring attention. You should be proud of who you are and what you're doing. And family is built around a bonding over core things and things that matter, and at least a respect for it. You have every right to practice. You have as much right to practice your faith as anyone else has. And we do well to make respectful use of that right when we can. Don't abdicate opportunities to express your faith when they're extended to everyone else. It's an important chance for you to participate and to, I guess, express loyalty to the ICER is by filling that gap. If every time you go to your family's house for a meal, you're going to say grace, cool. But when they come to your house, show them that you are a person of faith that is thankful for what they have as well. That example is really important. You don't have to do it in a way that's offensive, but it's important that you take those opportunities because they matter.
And look for the opportunities and things too. I have seen where people will be shy and so maybe someone knows that you are Asatru, or as they probably think of it, pagan, and maybe they throw what they think is a gotcha at you. They'll, the whole family's gathered and be like, oh, would you like to say grace? Say, well, yes, thank you. And Absolutely. Then do it. And if it causes a big discussion, like Allsherjargoði Matt was saying, if it causes a controversy, you didn't start it. You graciously accepted an offer to bless the meal in the name of your family and your friends. And if they don't like your prayer, they shouldn't have asked you to do it. And it could be an innocent thing too. Maybe it's not a gotcha. Maybe they just have no idea. And then that's a nice bridge into discussing your faith with them without being pushy about it. They say, well, will you bless the meal? And you say yes. And maybe give them a little bit of a heads up, like, oh, this isn't going to be what you're used to. And then just without missing a beat, do it. And it'll start a conversation. I guarantee you that.
It's an opportunity. A lot of people don't believe that we take this seriously. To a lot of people, they don't understand that this is real. That is an opportunity to show them it's real. Not by being performative and putting on some big act for them. But if they say that you are a person of faith and you are sincerely invoking your gods to bless the meal and you're giving thanks, it's an opportunity for them to see that you take this seriously. And that plants seeds that I think are potentially very beneficial for your family. Whether they're beneficial or not, they're certainly very important for your family to see.
Yeah, and to pull that thread just a little further, don't hesitate to include your family in all of the important rites related to your life. The naming of your children, weddings, naming, man and woman making of your children. These are things that you should invite your family to, unless you give them the benefit of the doubt. Even if you suspect they might be disrespectful about something related to it, invite them anyway. Let them prove you wrong, because most of the time, especially if you come to one of our Hofs, which is recognizable as a house of worship, as a temple, they aren't going to do it there. They're either going to not show up or they're going to be respectful. I have yet to see someone invite their Christian family member to an Asatru wedding and for there to be some, I protest this satanic Nazi wedding or whatever they might come up with. It just doesn't happen that way. I had an Asatru wedding with all of our family there. The number of Asatru there were about 10, and there was something like 60 or 70 people at the wedding in its entirety, and it was very recognizable as a wedding. For one thing, Katie was in a white dress and walked down the aisle, and I was in a nice suit, and there were aspects of the wedding rite that were unique to Asatru. The exchange of a sword and keys, and the toasts over a horn, the hand fasting. Those were things that, if they recognized them, it was probably from like a fantasy movie as opposed to real life. But I had some devoutly Catholic members of my family come up to me and tell me how it was a really beautiful rite, and that they gained some insight into what we do. And also, there was really good food and cake and booze, so everyone had a good time. It was a wedding the way that they recognized the wedding to be. And that's the sort of stuff that can really advance not only our religion in general, but your family's understanding of it. Because I find that where people really struggle is with being open with this about the people they love the most, and that's upside down. You found something that means a lot to you, and that really you believe can help them too, even if you're not going to be pushy about it. They'd be better off being here, and giving them the chance to see it and see how it makes you better, and how it's not scary, and all that stuff is really something to be open to. It takes some bravery at first, though. You won't be super comfortable with it the first time you do it, but after that, it actually starts to become very natural.
So everything Cliff said, but I'd add that we fear the unknown a lot. If you're proud of who you are and what you do and what you believe, doing that in front of your family rips the Band-Aid off, and you're not scared of it anymore. It's out there, and you can have the relief of you're not worried about when they find out you're Asatru. Do that. And it's 9 times out of 10, it's better than you think it's going to be. Asatru weddings are a good example that a lot of people's family have really come to appreciate and respect what we do at Asatru weddings. That helped in my family. That's helped in a lot of people's family. Now, Cliff said he's never had a thing. I've had something to where the groom's dad wouldn't shake my hand one time. And that was awkward. But it wasn't awkward for me. Like I'm standing there with my hand out. It might have been awkward for him. But it was a chance to show that we're honorable, good people doing something nice. And they're going to react how they're going to react. But there's value in you doing it and you making the effort.
No one's thrown any tomatoes at you?
Not yet. Not yet. We'll see. Quick question. What do you think of Swedish, quote unquote, Viking music, such as Amon Amarth with songs such as Twilight of the Thunder God? That's not my kind of music. I don't like the Cookie Monster vocals. Cliff, what are your thoughts, if any, on Amon Amarth or Swedish, quote unquote, Viking music in general?
I mean, I don't hate it. It's got an energy to it. My thing is more like late 80s and 90s metal, or much to my own and the embarrassment of my family, like 70s pop. It's fun.
You do you, Cliff. I got to be able to sing along. I enjoy my go-to if I'm in my cups is like 70s rock, 70s easy listening rock. Like I can go down rabbit holes on that with Pandora. But yeah. So
nothing wrong with heart.
What's up?
There's nothing wrong with heart. Nick's trying to out you, and
there's nothing wrong with
don't
heart.
care.
Love me some heart. I wish that Anne wasn't obese, but I love me some heart, and it's amazing. And I will gladly sing along. I will sing along sober, but I will sing along epically when I'm in my cups. Are we working on getting to visit? Okay, I'm trying to understand the question, and maybe I'm reading it wrong. Are we working on getting to visit what's going on in Maine because we are here and broke? I have no idea what's going on in Maine. I feel like I am completely out of the loop to understand this question. It is in your future Hof district. So, Cliff, do you have any insight on economic struggling in
we
Maine?
are working on going to visit what's going on in Maine because we are broke. We are here and we're broke. Basically, go talk to Boardman.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, so this person apparently is in Maine and they want to participate, but they're broke and that makes it difficult. So yeah, Ron Boardman is your man. He's in New Hampshire. I know Maine is a fairly large state, especially as New England states go, and the roads are minimal. You don't have a whole lot of interstates up that way. But yeah, New Hampshire has a lot going on. Ron Boardman also does stuff in Massachusetts, and I'm sure he would come visit you in Maine to get some activity there.
I read that real stupid. And
Nick had to kind of translate. I didn't get it.
Made no sense to me when I read it, but when Nick expressed it to me, it made all the sense in the world. What Cliff said, it's hard. I realize there are distances out west. Big drives aren't a big deal for us. It's just really common. I know that in New England, everything is really condensed. Depending on where you are in Maine, it might be tricky. New Hampshire is really close. I know that our folk builder, Ron Boardman, is willing to drive and do things. You are not the only person in Maine. There are other folks up there that might really like to do something. And our boardman at runestone.org, he would really like to help facilitate that happening. And he's awesome. He's a great guy. He's very willing to, do what he can to help facilitate things. And I think he'd really like to help you get involved. So yeah, reach out to Ron, and he would be happy to help make some of that happen and at least get you connected with other members in Maine. Do you think there are more Vanir gods that have been lost to history? What are your thoughts on that, Cliff?
Absolutely. We had a fantastic discussion about this on another episode about how the names of the gods and other entities that are in, entities of great power, let's say, like we as mankind, as men, know only the ones that they've revealed to us. And only the ones that they've revealed to us, plus that we've bothered to remember. We've forgotten some that they have revealed to us for sure. And I think there are, probably more that may be revealed to us in time. The Vanir, if the Vanir were able to battle the Aesir to a stalemate, it's reasonable to assume that they had some kind of equivalent force. And we don't have anything like that as far as a list of names of Vanic gods. So I think that there are quite a few that that we don't remember their names, or that we simply never knew. The same thing is true of the Aesir. I think there are Aesir who perhaps just don't have anything to do with Midgard and have no interaction with men, but that certainly Odin or Thor are familiar with, that we are not. And I think that there is Matt referred to it a little bit earlier as far as, the stories about how, a god and a goddess may be intimate, and that would result in, godly offspring. I don't think that process stopped when Snorri wrote down stories. I don't know that it's necessarily occurred in the 1,000 years since then, but the potential is always there, I think, for new divinity and for, our gods are living beings. They grow and they learn and they have new experiences like we do. Their understanding of time and space is different from ours, but they are beings of will with agency. So they're not static. There's change occurring amongst the gods all the time. I don't know if it happens faster than it does here, or if it happens slower than it does here, or both simultaneously. That's not for men to know, but because they are alive, that, alive means moving. So yeah, I'm sure there have been and will be members of the Vanir tribe that we don't know their names, and some we may learn, and the same with the Aesir and so on.
Yeah, one thing that is honesty is really important to us. It would be very self-serving for me to say, I know this and I don't know that, and I know all the things. But I don't think that's honest. There are things that I do know, and when I know things affirmatively, I will tell you that. But what I think is, in a way, beautiful about our faith is that we don't claim to know everything. I mentioned earlier about what happens beyond the veil as far as posthumous ascension and what the afterlife looks like for someone who's been dead for centuries. They've likely done deeds beyond the veil that we don't know about. I certainly think there's potential for Vanic gods that we're not aware of. Certainly. I don't know that there is. I don't know that there is. Excuse me. Cults related to them in antiquity doesn't mean they don't exist. If our gods can create new gods through their coupling, there's always these really interesting potentiality for things. I think we do ourselves a disservice to limit our understanding of divinity to, the ultimate understanding is the Viking Age. I don't think that's the case. Our gods continue to exist and to do things and express their agency throughout eternity. And I think that there's certainly the possibility of gods and goddesses that we're not currently aware of. One concept in the AFA that's very important to me is that we have openness. That we have openness in how we approach the gods, and that we are always listening. We're not always speaking. We spend our time listening to them. Sometimes what they say is subtle. Sometimes what they say is more profound. But I always want us to be listening to new revelation, to increased understanding, to better relationship with our gods. And that could very much include, the rediscovery of perhaps Vanic deities that we don't know about. Just an advice. Tomorrow, I've been invited to be on No More News. Tomorrow morning, I'm looking forward to that. We'll see. I've listened a little bit to the program. I know a lot of people have suggested that he have me on as a guest, so I am honored to have that opportunity. And yeah, I'd appreciate everybody here being in the audience. That would be great. Does the AFA have a thinkery? Would be of benefit to the folk. So, Cliff, what do you know about thinkeries?
I have never heard that term before. I have to assume that it means like a scholarly, contemplative, theological body in our context.
Silly Cliff.
But I would say that is our Gothar. The formality of it is fairly loose, but I think that the benefit of study and of learning is of course important to our folk and to our Gothar.
So I had never heard the term before either, and because I saw it in the queue, I decided to Google it so that I would have deep wisdom to share with you when this came around.
That's some good thinkery.
There's a band, I think, called Thinkery that's on tour, and I've got information on that. What I think he might mean, there's like, again, I have no idea if this, I've never heard the term. What I did find also that is not the band is it being like a kid's discovery and learn stuff place. And I think that the nomenclature is similar enough. When I grew up in Anchorage, Alaska, there was a place called the Imaginarium that was a similar kind of kids learn through, kind of through play, learn different little science things, play with stuff. I think that's awesome. That kind of thing is really cool. I know that I had a lot of fun at the Imaginarium when I was a kid. I don't know if this is what the question pertains to, but if it does, those places were awesome. I remember there was this bubble thing you get into. There's all kind of different stuff you do on like how to make different shapes with bubbles. That was cool. There was a thing where you climb on this polar bear that was awesome. There was like there was this dinosaur looking snapping turtle thing in a tank that was cool. There's a bunch of little stuff there that it was really cool to see the kids' engagement in. I don't have any idea if that's the question, but no, we don't have the proximity of our children being close enough together to where there's like an Asatru themed version of that. But that'd be beautiful. It'd be cool if we had that. I think this is a good enough time as any to plug that the Allsherjargoði Academy is now taking enrollment. And I'm really proud of those folks. They put in a lot of hard work. We are taking enrollment at present for K through 7. So for our kids all the way up through 7th grade. And that is open to AFA members, to the children of AFA members, I should say. So yeah, they're doing great things there. And we would invite you guys to be a part of that if you'd like to.
So it might not qualify as a thinkery, but I mentioned, children's play and classroom is something that we want to have at Freyshof. It may not be Imaginarium level. I remember the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia has like this giant heart that the kids can climb up in, and it's got like little lights where, blue and red light strings showing where the veins and arteries go, and it's got like speakers going boom, boom, boom. I'm thinking it's that kind of stuff. It wouldn't be on that scale. I don't think we have enough kids in close proximity for that, or the space to do that. But something that we do want to do is make sure that the play that we have there is tied into Asatru in some way. One thing that we have, and we've used them before at Winter Nights, but we have some coloring books squirreled away that we ordered online, which have both, like, they have some medieval and Viking themes, but we also have some that specifically have our gods in them. So we made sure to never let our children actually color them, and instead we use them to make copies so that people may color the copies, but we have these, original versions of them, and we intend on lots and lots of copies like that in the playroom at Freyshof. So it may not be a thinkery, but there will be much coloring of papers of our gods.
People ask the difference between a Gothi and a Witten. That level of forethought is a defining characteristic. So also, our producer, Nick, is good at figuring out coloring stuff for our gods.
Runestones, people.
There you go.
There were 2 coloring pages in this past month's runestone, and I do it almost every month.
Nick is a pillar of coloring books. So Nick has got the coloring down.
It's cool though. Some of them are like Sigurd and Fafnir fighting.
No, there's cool stuff. I know that it's very much a field where a lot of people are trying different stuff. The Academy people are working hard. Nick, as part of that, is working hard. Also, I'll say this, at Odinshof, Sheila McNallen is working hard at that. She always is really good about getting the kids together and trying to encourage them to play and be creative and do stuff, but also to link it to our faith in the ways that she can. And that's really neat. We appreciate her efforts on that. She's always been really good on that. She has employment history as a teacher, and she's a really, really good person at that. Okay. So Pam asks this, and Cliff, I'll let you take a stab at this from your perspective. What are the personality of the other Hofs?
All right. Well, I'll take a stab at it since you asked me to, but I think you're going to be the expert on this, having traveled at all of them.
It's curious, and I think that we both might have different things to say and both not be wrong.
Yeah. I mean, it's a matter of perspective, right? So I know Thorshof the best because we've been there almost every year since it was dedicated. I think we missed one. No, we've been there every year since it was dedicated. We missed one Ostara because we went to the Young's what's it called, marriage vow renewal, and they were 2 months. They were like a month apart, so we couldn't do both. But I think Thorshof has that southern hospitality and also a gravitas. Part of it, I think, is just because of Thor, the striker, and the beautification that they've done to that temple, in particular, that first mural that Witten's did. But also they've done a really good job of making that place very welcoming. Adding a kids' playground behind the Terry Rumpf Hall. But yeah, very welcoming with a mix of like serious piety there. Odenshof, the personality has changed. I remember when I first went to New Grange Hall, it was very much very masculine energy, very kind of raucous, kind of untamed, But on our most recent visit there last year for Midsummer, I found that energy had been really, really channeled. It's still there, but I mean, partly it may just be because it had been many years in between visits. So, you see a kid once a year and you notice how much they grow, whereas their parents see them every day and it happens by they don't really notice it. But the focusing of that raw energy there at Odenshof was really, really impressive. Baldershof, there's a similar piety as there is at Thorshof, but it's a different sort of hospitality. The Midwest hospitality is not the same as the Southern hospitality. Both are very good. It's really hard for me to articulate, but they're nicer than us Yankees. I'll tell you that. And then Njordshof has kind of a wild energy about it too, similar to Odenshof, only humid. It's different though. There's sort of like the energy itself is different. That kind of wild, almost like Mustang energy of the West is really evident at Odenshof, whereas the wild energy that I seem to, I don't know, observe or feel or whatever at Njordshof is a lot more visceral, it's a different kind of, the energy struggling against something different. Like they're kind of polar, like it's very hot at both locations, right? But the struggle at Odenshof is all about, it's very dry and there's fire and water is hard to come by. Whereas at Njordshof, it is, gators and swamps and gigantic insects. And I don't mean that in like a negative way. I like it down there in Florida. It's awesome. And the people are very welcoming. It's hard to describe, especially because when I go and visit these places, it's once every 3 or 4 years, and it's kind of a whirlwind of seeing, in many cases, people that I've seen more frequently than that, but at different locations around the country at different events and at different Hofs. But because I see a lot of the same people at different events, that's why I'm kind of describing the physical location and the local culture, the people that I haven't seen around as much as anything. I don't know. That was a more disjointed answer than I would have liked, but that's what I got.
So, it seems like a really simple question to ask. It's a harder question to answer. And I think because we take these questions really seriously, we could give you a generic, I don't know, shtick answer on these things. But describing a culture and an energy of a place is really different. A lot of it depends on perspective. It depends on who's there. It's something that takes shape over time in different ways. I will say this for Odin's Hof. And Odin's Hof is, the Hof that I'm at every month, unless I'm at a different AFA event or unless for some reason the pass is closed. Again, going through the Sierras in the winter is kind of a crapshoot sometimes on when it's going to be open or when it's not. But Odin's Hof is our first Hof. And it's a Hof that, a couple of things, I guess. So the Hof and the grounds there have had this year, and not quite in October, it'll be all the way 10 years since the dedication, but almost a decade now of active worship of the Aesir in that place. And people who go there frequently say that they feel like the spiritual energy of the place. I think that's true. But it happens to be a spot where I do a lot of blotar in. And so it's a spot where I feel really connected to. But it sets the tone in a lot of ways. Initially when it was founded, a lot of the folks there were, wild and crazy and eclectic and different and a whole bunch of free-thinking, wild people that didn't have a spot and didn't have a direction, but knew they needed something. Some of the people that populated that Hof over the years have been a wilder sort. Out west, you get such a different atmosphere of people that show up, people that have been raised in a variety of different ways that are looking for something different. You still get, the California feel or the California attitude to stuff, but a lot of people who want to transcend that and harken back to something different that don't necessarily have it. So you have a lot more in, for whatever it means in the sake of Asatru practice. I think that you get a lot more diversity at Odin's Hof. You get a wildness and a restlessness and people coming home from a lot of different places, a lot of different walks of life. I think you see that. But you also see a devotion over time in which you see as well is a transitional state of Asatru tempered over time. So you have a number of elderly people who are there practicing Asatru finally at a Hof that didn't have one for a very long time. The building of the Asatru Folk Assembly occurred in Northern California. The refinement of our membership largely around the personality cult of our founder, Steve McNallen, occurred there. And you have, Steve still in regular monthly attendance at Odin's Hof. So you have a number of people that help forge this with him in the early days. You have the institutional practice of a lot of people from different fringes of the 1980s and 90s that have come together and that are elders in that place. And so there's a really special feel there. It's also the first place that we have interred our loved ones that we have a real connection to. So it's a habit of mine to, when we receive the blessings of the gods and bloat, to take the horn with me after the ritual and to pour out some of the remainder on the graves of, people, all of whom I've met and knew in life. And those spirits of those people embody and are at rest in that place. So it's got a specialness cultivated out of that that's a little bit different flavor. And I don't think I've articulated it well at all, but those things go into play there. Thorshof is a very pious place. People in that part of the country have a greater church culture in their blood going back longer. They have the Southern propriety in worship that I think is really exemplary. And there's a strong, deep religiosity at that Hof that I think permeates everything. The piety and the religiosity of Thorshof, I think, is its characteristic. And I know this is a quick way to characterize Thorshof, and Thorshof in a lot of ways is extremely important to me. It was the proving ground for whether I could do this for our folk or not. We got Odin's Hof in the last days of Steve McNallen's term as Allsherjargoði. And so it was up to me to hey, can I do this? Can I keep this going? Can I get more Hofs for our gods? And Thor's Hof was really special to me as a proof that our gods would bless me with those accomplishments and that I could provide that for them and for our folk. So it's really special to me. But yeah, I would say piety is the chief characteristic of Thor's Hof. And a lot of that I think it has to do with the culture of the people there, but it also has to do with the piety of the leadership there. I think Svan and Daniel are both exceedingly pious. And we've got our Gothar that are amazing at a lot of different things. But the piety, the respect and just overt religiosity of those two men is something that is admirable and a real standout quality of both of them. And I think it, permeates that place in a really beautiful way. Baldershof is different. I'll say this, and Southern, my family comes from the South, but I'm a generation removed from that. But other current Southerners will attest, Midwest hospitality is better than Southern hospitality, and it's more honest. The hospitality, I think, is a huge thing at Baldershof. I also think that Baldershof is imbued with a spirit of overcoming and of, triumph over difficulty. It's the Hof that we've had the most resistance over and the most call for the people at that Hof to overcome and to literally rebuild much of the Hof and to, carve that out of a hostile environment and create something beautiful. And I think that spirit of overcoming really permeates that place and imbues that place with a certain spirit. And I feel that really strongly there. Njordshof is different, and it's a little bit harder to place. It's newer, so it's had less time to, it's like when you make a dip or a soup or a thing to where you need to put it in the fridge overnight to let the different flavors come together. I think Njordshof is still figuring that out. I will say that Njordshof came with the most energy. Florida is a place where we had a bunch of people join that were completely, not necessarily connected, didn't have a bunch of commonality in their practice with one another. We have, random people from all over the place, and Florida's kind of like that. We have a whole bunch of different people coming together to worship at Njordshof. It's really cool. It was cool to me because so I was born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska. And in 2014, as I mentioned earlier in the show, I met my wife at winter nights in Pennsylvania in the Poconos. And in 2 months' time, I had divested all of myself from Alaska and moved down to St. Augustine, Florida, to get to know and cement my relationship with Mandy. And at the time, there were a number of AFA notables in the area that I was trying to further my pursuits in the Asatru Folk Assembly. And events happened that some of that relationship went south. Not my relationship with Mandy, that was tremendous, but with those people who had been important, there was a break in troth with the AFA, with them, and I had stayed loyal and doubled down on my AFA loyalty. And there was thoughts of you'll never do anything and you can't accomplish and you can't whatever. And when I became Allsherjargoði, I was living in Florida, and I needed to move because our one Hof we had when I became Allsherjargoði was in California. So we packed up and we moved out west, and it was really personally special to me that when I returned to Florida for the first time was for the dedication of our Hof, that I was able to bring a Hof back to Florida to show that we could. Florida Hof in a lot of ways is a homecoming and an ingathering and it feels like a much more of a homey homecoming kind of thing. Some of that I think is because my wife's family's down there, but a lot of it was that ability to bring this all home. My wife's first AFA event, first Asatru event she ever went to, just as Earth would have it, was in White Springs. Probably, if you tried really hard and you had a good arm, you could probably throw a rock from Njordshof and hit Stephen Foster State Park, where she had her first Asatru event, where she met our law speaker, Alan Turnage, and it's a really special place. Njordshof is amazing, and it's still developing and feeling out its culture and what it's got going on, but it's a very special place, and some place that really is has that feeling to me of a homecoming. And it might be a very different feeling to different folks depending upon their circumstance. I don't know if I can express it right, but it feels that way to me. And we have been rejoined by Witan Erickson. I waxed long on that question.
Well, the question is way harder than I think people understand. It's kind of like asking someone about what a sunrise looked like, or trying to take a good photograph of the moon. It just never can be expressed without the experience.
That said, each and every one of you listening to this, go to a Hof. And if you can, go to all of them. We have what's Blodfert is a concept of like pilgrimage to our Hofs. And a number of people have done that recently. But there's kind of like the like Grand Prix of that where you go to all of them. I am very blessed that I am able, as a function of being Allsherjargoði, to get to visit all of our Hofs every year. I am tremendously blessed that I get to do that. I understand everybody's not so fortunate, but the folks that have made that effort and made it to all the different Hofs, I think have a really special perspective. And I think that's a ability that we have in our modern times that our ancestors would have been very jealous of the ability to do. Travel is so much easier for us now, and it's really cool if you can do that. There is something very beautiful and very powerful about worshiping one of our gods in their very own Hof. It's extremely special, and I'm so honored that I get to do it. So if you guys can, whatever we can do to help you make that happen, we'd love to. It's a special experience we want to share with all of our folk.
Is your dog snoring?
He is in fact snoring.
Okay, just checking.
Dogs are awesome. I'm glad you got a dog, Matt. That's fantastic.
So we lucked out. We've been resistant to getting a dog because we travel so much and we do stuff. My wife works at the morgue, and this dog's owner passed away, and his remaining family couldn't take him. So, this dog's 11 and a half years old, and they were gonna, they put him in the pound. He's going to spend the rest of his life locked up and incarcerated through no fault of his own. And he's a very loved dog that had a really good life. And I didn't want him to go out like that. So we adopted him. He's really cool. Gets along. He's nice to the cats, doesn't eat the cat turds, which is awesome. Doesn't mess with the cat food. Gets along really well. He's a lap dog. He's a good boy. I'm glad that we have him. Cliff, what do you think of people who call themselves Vanatru?
Close. They're close, but they're missing the mark. It's like when I bought a bunch of books on Wicca and that awful book on runes by Ralph Bloom. They're so close. They're so close. They're right on the cusp. So it depends. If it's kind of like what I was saying about Christians like an hour ago. If it's because they don't know any better yet, then I see a lot of potential in them, and I would like to bring them along to a greater recognition of Asatru and recognizing that the Vanir are now part of the Aesir, and that they can honor the Vanir as part of Asatru and as part of our folk. There's another kind of people that call themselves Vanatru because they are trying to be like hippy dippy edgelords. If you know the type, I don't know where the question's coming from, but there, at least in the United States, there are people who call themselves Vanatru because they want to embrace promiscuity and like drug use. They basically want Woodstock, but with the veneer of like neo-pagan religion on it. And those people have a much longer way to go than someone who just happens to be building a devotion to Frey or Freya and stumbled upon that term on the internet. But in both cases, they should finish their path to becoming Asatru the first class, I think, is almost there. The second class has a lot further to go.
Yeah. Words are funny that way because I don't know where the question comes from, and the term is not a real thing. So I have not seen that exist a lot in real life. A friend of mine went to Sweden, looked for other Ásatrúar, found a group that claimed to be Vanatru, and then they were like, here, have my wife. You guys can, go make whoopee. It was like a strange license to have hedonistic, stuff. That's not what we're trying to do. What else I've seen, though, is people that want to be people that are drawn to be Ásatrú but can't shake their edgelord nonconformity. So everybody needs to come up with a different name or a different title to what they're doing rather than get on the team. That is a really strong instinct in our folk, especially in modern times. To like, yeah, well, I like what they're doing, and I like all the stuff that Ásatrú has, but I need my own thing, so I'm going to call it whatever and come up with your own branding of stuff. There was, there's always been this very toxic thing in Ásatrú where every new batch of people likes what's there but thinks they can do it better, so they need to rename it, rebrand it, and every couple of years we need to start back at year one. And unfortunately, you can't ever make progress that way. So if your call to be quote unquote Vanatru is that you want to worship Njörður and Freyr and Freya, cool, come do that with us and become Ásatrú. If your call to do that is you want to be edgy and you want to have orgies and stuff, then just go have orgies and stuff and don't have to implicate our gods in your hedonism. Side note, over on the side, they were talking a little bit about the interviews that Svan and I did for the hit piece that ended up making it to the Turkish media. No, that's awesome. It was beautifully filmed. The guys were really cool. Guy who interviewed me was great. They, felt like a big deal because they did the interview in like a fancy hotel room that they got here. They flew people out to do the interview. It was really cool. I'm glad that they went as hard with being silly as they did. The funny sound effects and whatever were, they kind of made the case. I appreciate a person over in the comments, William Colmer, had kind words for Svan and I's interviews that we did. I'm glad that you appreciated those. As Nick said, they did those for a long time. I think they did about a 2-hour interview of me and a really long time of Svan. So they were not getting the scary, poke them with a stick and ask them to do a racism. They didn't get that they wanted, but it was cool. I'm glad that, again, we're not afraid of people knowing who we are and what we're about. We're very proud of that. I appreciate the opportunity to get, the exposure. I don't know that we have a whole lot of our folk in Turkey, but to those of us that find ourselves in Turkey, I hope you guys enjoyed the interview and you come home. I hope it gets picked up by other outlets or whatever, but I thought it was beautifully filmed. There was a Arab gentleman with a Swedish name that was the cameraman, but he did a good job. It was really pretty how they filmed it. Obviously, I wish all of those were more fairly done. I know that current media, what sells is race baiting and whatever they're doing and fear mongering. But again, we're proud of who we are. We're proud of what we do, and we appreciate the opportunity to get our message in front of the folk. Every time a hit piece is done, we get membership from it. So I would rather have it done fairly and have people celebrate the good things we're doing. But I appreciate the opportunity to get our message and the AFA in front of more eyes. Svan at Thorshof explained Odin, Thor, and Tyr as a tripartite continuity. Odin as the catalyst, Thor as the striker, and Tyr as the stabilizer. How do I embody this over Christian triple belief? Cliff, what are your thoughts?
So I think that, Svan is correct in the way he would describe Odin, Thor, and Tyr as a tripartite continuity. They're not the only one, though. There are others. But I don't understand the question. I'm not sure what embodying this over Christian triple belief would mean.
Having a hard time getting in with Asatru as much as he'd like, embracing it, Christian baggage, that sort of thing.
How do you know that?
Because we clarified in the chat.
All right, thank you. So, I mean, if the hang up is simply the belief in triple deity or in tripartite gods, the answer is quite simple in that the Christians got that from outside of themselves. That's not something that's inherent to Christianity. There's basically like three stages in life. There's childhood, adulthood, and old age. There are a lot of instances in nature where three stages or triplicate kind of states of being are true. So I don't think it's unique to Christianity. I think that it's either imported into Christianity or is one of those things that is just self-evident, like the water is purifying and good for you. That's not a Christian thing. That's an everybody thing.
Yeah. So I think that Svan may answer the question differently than I would because we come at it from different angles. It's one of the reasons I really like to have Svan on a lot with me is I think that we come to similar conclusions, but Svan and I, approach it differently or certainly express it differently. Seeing triplicate nature of things, I think, happens too often to be just coincidental in Aryan religiosity. But I think what's always very important to remember is our gods are gods. They don't serve functions. They have no obligation to conform to religious theories. They exist as spiritual beings who have their own agency. Now, I think in their ordered existence, we do see a commonality against a more mystical, inspirational spark of motivation deity. We see a striker or a proactive warrior expression, and we see a stable, bring things back to center, continuity, unmoved mover function a lot in our mythos and a lot in our understanding of the worlds. But I think that our gods do this in different ways at different times under different circumstances. And I think that each of them has the ability to serve that function in one way or another. I don't, as far as, excuse me, as far as their embodiment into Christianity or how do you, whatever, I don't think that you need to. I don't think that there's a take Odin, Tyr, and Thor and somehow put one in place of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. I think that's not how things work. Our gods exist and they exist as our gods. We try to understand them, so we come up with different theories and stuff. The gods don't read a book by Dumazil and decide they need to fill those functions. That's the wrong direction of understanding. So yeah, I would say that you don't need to overlay them with the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. That's not really a thing. I think that you can look at each of our gods as being powerful and having dominion in their own way, in their own expression. As much as Tyr is a god of stability, courage was described with his name in the description often. His name became cognate with courageous action, not just stability, but action. So I think you see all of those things. You see Thor displayed sometimes, as going out and adventuring as the warrior god, but you also see him with his hammer in the form of a scepter, and you see him in a regal and central position. I mentioned earlier tonight at the temple at Uppsala, Thor sat in the center. So at different times and different places, our gods serve different functions in that idea of inspiration, of action, and of stability. So I wouldn't over focus on that if I were you. Good evening, gentlemen. I am happy to see the hunt for Freyshof continues. Question: what areas are in prospect for the Hof? Hail the folk, hail victory. Hail victory indeed. Cliff, if you could narrow down our search for Freyshof, where's our target?
Sure. So first, I want to just say hi, Bill. It's good to see you around. I'm glad you're still following what we're doing. That's awesome. I hope you're doing well, and you should come back. We miss you, and this is a really exciting time in the Asatru Folk Assembly. Freyshof, we're looking at Northeast Ohio, Northwest Pennsylvania, or maybe, and it's pretty unlikely. So if you're in West Virginia, don't get too excited, but maybe that little tip that's wedged in between Ohio and Pennsylvania. Nick, can you put the map back up? The one of the soon-to-be Freyshof district? All right. So if you look at that map there, the part of West Virginia you can barely not see. And then basically somewhere along the state line between Ohio and Pennsylvania. That's where we're looking to put it. It's a pretty big area, but it's going to be central to the most people that we can make it. So that's where we're looking for it. That's not too terribly far from you, especially if it ends up on the Ohio side of that line. So hopefully we can see you there sometime in the near future.
So I will narrow it down even further, perhaps. My hope has always been there is a triangle between Cleveland, Erie, and Pittsburgh. I have always wanted us to find the Hof in that triangle. Now, it doesn't have to be there, but that's always been my target zone that gets us the best of all the worlds. So the closer it is to that triangle, the better. But that's been where I've been focusing on where we're looking. And, something in that triangle is where I would really like to find it. But I am certainly open to other options. But that's where I've always been focusing, and that's where I'd like to see this happen at.
I guess I can tease or tell everyone that we've looked at 4 properties so far. 3 of them have been in that triangle. 1 of them has been outside of it.
The one outside that one is got big pluses. It's got some big pluses, and it's got one big minus. It might be our runner-up choice. It might be number 3 choice. I think Cliff and I may need to fight that out if number 1 choice doesn't come through.
We'll see.
But
there's others that we haven't seen that are still on our list too. So there's possibilities.
I will say this, and this is a beautiful and amazing thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of good options. It's not like we're stuck making do with, that's the best we can get, so I guess maybe this one at a long shot. No, there are a number of good options that we will be well served being able to do. So that is an awesome place to be. How would we approach swearing on a Bible in a court setting, or how to avoid it? It's a good question. I wish our law speaker would be here. I believe that is, in the modern era, not something that you have to do. I think that if you express a religious objection, there are other things that you can swear on to swear your oath that are viable, but that could be district by district.
Yeah, I don't think that's a legally required thing these days. I think that it's more like when, you raise your hand and you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But I don't think that they make you swear to God or put your hand on the Bible. It's traditional in some settings, but I don't think that it's legally required. So I think if you express a concern, most judges aren't going to go down the path of compromising your testimony because of a First Amendment issue.
Interestingly, I did some research when the question came up.
Mm-hmm.
There's the differentiation between of the word swear to start with. The Quakers had issue with that because they didn't want to do an oath. So they actually made a change to it where you can choose between swear or affirm. So I affirm to tell the truth. And then in United States versus Ward, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that certain other modifications of the oath were acceptable so long as they demonstrated a moral or ethical sense of right and wrong, quotations. So yeah, you can put your hand on a Bible, on a Constitution, or just don't put your hand on nothing.
Yeah, I've seen that happen places. There's people that'll put their hand on a Quran or a Torah or whatever else.
And California is even stranger. They have their own entire verbiage for the entire swearing.
I was going to say, if you wanted to swear oaths on a copy of the Edda, I think you can make that happen. So you have a lot more freedom in that in 2025 than perhaps at earlier times. Question for Mr. Flavel. What adorns the back of your chair? I've always wondered what it is. It is the fleece of an Icelandic sheep. It's a gift that was given to me by our law speaker, Alan Turnage, way back when. I can't even remember how long ago now. He also gave my daughter one that's white, but this is the fleece of an Icelandic sheep. Would you allow an African American into the flock? Absolutely not. We are an ethnic faith for white people.
We would direct this fine fellow to find his ethnic faith.
Exactly. If an African American fellow were to apply, we would encourage him to find his own ethnic faith and pursue that. And to my knowledge, that has happened one time. Well, okay. It's happened in one instance. Dude applied like 3 times. Bob the Viking. But we have told Bob all of those times that that's what he should do. And he was respectful each of those times. But no, this is an ethnic faith for white people. How do runes fit into Asatru spirituality, Cliff?
Well, they are embodiments of a spiritual wisdom. They can be used for meditation. They can be used for divination. They can be used for adornment of holy or ritual objects. There's quite a bit on it. I think that honestly, Allsherjargoði you and Svan could do an entire episode just on the folk Futhark or on any other, particular, rune stave. So I won't take all that time, but they're an important component.
What 8 episodes on the runes?
Oh, sure, yeah. But I think that they're very important. I think that it says in the Havamal that you should learn your runes, you should learn to write them, you should learn to read them. So you should do that.
So there are a lot of things that can be done with runes, but fundamentally, couple of things. The straight line designs that we think of when we talk about runes, and we all do that, it's really important to realize those aren't the runes. Those are sigils that embody the runes. The rune means mystery and harkens back into the ancient Indo-European, the Proto-Indo-European, to be like a whispered counsel. So it's like a secret mystery. The runes are the mysteries of the universe. In their totality, they explain our existence and the elements that go together in it. To be familiar with each rune and what it embodies helps you shape your worldview, your Weltanschauung, your understanding of our existence in our place in the cosmos. Fundamentally, and again, you can take them to a lot of different places, but what I think is a fundamental in understanding our runes, they are a very potent lens through which you can understand your place in the world. Which you can establish an orientation from which to proceed with the things that you do. A way for you to interpret reality as it presents itself to you, and kind of a matrix that you can fit the pieces in through that understanding. And all of the other expressions of the runes, I think, go to that concept of them being a lens to help you order your thoughts, order your understanding, and express it in a particular way. One of the best ways to express thoughts and understanding is through language. And so the runes have lent themselves and developed themselves to do that in a way of spelling and writing. But it's important to realize that they are an alphabet, or a Futhark, if you will, but they are a way of expressing our place in the cosmos and our orientation to the forces that shape reality around us. They're very fundamental in communicating. If that communicating is casting a spell, if that communicating is understanding a divinatory impulse, if that communication is rationalizing a dream, sometimes that communication is simply ordering your own thoughts and ordering yourself. But understanding the Futhark as it's presented gives you a ordered display of the forces that surround us and that we act within. And I think that's really fundamental. And I hope that makes sense. Please feel free to ask more questions if it doesn't. Is there a location set for winter nights, Cliff?
So last year we had winter nights in New Hampshire. We had it scheduled for New Hampshire again, but I don't know if anyone noticed, but I actually, just some inside stuff I'm telling you now, I actually took down the tickets for winter nights because I am cautiously optimistic we will be able to do that at a as yet undisclosed location. So it's going to either be in New Hampshire as planned, and we'll make an announcement as soon as we can open up ticket sales for that again, or it will be at that undisclosed location. We'll see.
So, Bill Colmer, you've asked a good question that forces people a little bit outside of their comfort zone. So good for you, sir. Well done.
You made me wink.
After Freyshof, where will the next Hof be located? So that is one thing we can just say for sure. All of these other things are speculative. Hof number 6, Tiershof, will be located at Sigerheim in Jackson County, Tennessee. On that property, those statues right there that Nick is showing you, it will be to the northeast of those statues in the field that is close to them. It will be on that property. We have plans. We got things we're working out. That will be where Tiershof is located. So there you have it. So those are all the questions that we have this evening. Cliff, do you have any final thoughts that you'd like to leave people with about anything you want, or specifically about our quest for Freyshof?
I'll put out one more thing that I don't think has been actually announced or made clear. The Freyshof fundraiser to help us get the down payment for a property to dedicate as this temple. The donations at the Carl and the Jarl level are cumulative. So if you have given before and you want to get to that level to get one of these awesome horns, or if you want to get to the Jarl level to get the horn, plus a card that gives you access to the next 3 events at no charge to you that are held there, you can do that. So, remember that. You don't have to make that donation all in one lump sum. It is cumulative back to the beginning of time.
There you have it. So final plug on stuff, because he's got the graphic up. Thank you, everyone who's been so generous. We have seen in the last 6 months a tremendous increase in generosity and giving to the AFA. And I know that some folks that maybe hear this may, money is a bad word to a lot of our people, but it shouldn't be. Money is currency. It's how we, the phrase to put your money where your mouth is means a lot. It means it's really easy to talk about it. It's harder to invest of yourself and things of value into making things happen. We are at a time where more than ever, our folk are willing to invest and give of themselves to honor the Aesir and to move this forward. And we're very grateful for that. If you want to donate, runestone.org/donate. Thank you to everybody who's contributed. I hope that you guys, as many of you as we can, will see me in the next couple of days here at Sigerheim in Jackson County, Tennessee. If you can, I would love to meet you there. I've already met you. I'd love to reacquaint myself with you there. Also, and if not, we would love to see you a month from now in Murdoch, Minnesota at Baldershof. Thank you so much for everybody who contributes, everybody who brings their questions and their enthusiasm and consumes these broadcasts. I love doing them. It's always, I'm just really blessed that I can spend Wednesday night with some of my very best friends talking about things that I deeply love. So thank you guys for sharing it with us. Cliff, thank you for being here this evening. Thank you to your lovely wife that had to turn in early so she can wrangle your children. Always appreciated. Till next week, hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember, victory never sleeps.